I mean, if we're honest, it's one of those. You gotta love all the ads back then trying to sell the internet as being like, oh yeah, this will bring us to the next mode of civilization. When at the end of the day, it was actually closer represented by Freakazoid.
It's one of those cases where you're not wrong at all, and I kind of wish you were.
Sad but true. Sad but true, an American Tale.
Sad but true. We were just watching The Dropout, the docu-series about what's her name? The Elizabeth, the founder of Theratos.
Oh, her.
The biomed Enron, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You're not wrong, yeah.
Her dad literally worked at Enron.
Biomedron.
Biomedron, yeah. It has me really wanting to make a snake oil character at some point.
I mean, that was what I tried to first do with Yefits from the other campaign. But yeah, it just turned into a doctor.
Oh, yeah, it was just too short of a campaign. We haven't done enough episodes yet, I think, for that to come out fully.
Yeah.
I actually had no idea. I thought their potions were 100% legit.
Well, I think that was kind of the thing that I wanted to play around with, where the character came off as a salesman, or like a snake salesman kind of thing. But no, she actually.
Okay, got you.
Yeah, it's kind of hard.
Go ahead.
It's kind of hard to be a snake oil salesman in a world where there's actual magical ointments for everything, and there's spells to correctly identify it. Like, the most you could do is sell them deliberately cursed crap, but at that point you're literally putting more effort in just to screw them over. It's like kind of hard to pull that shtick off in 5th edition D&D.
I suppose
so I
you
already
could
got levels from Stephen with a V and Brooke. Can I get a few seconds from Chops to make sure you're in the yellow?
Okay. As this is how I'll be presenting about this tenor for just normal speak. And then if I'm going to be yelling, it'd be more like up here. And if I'm going to be speaking softly, which I never do, but in case if that ever comes up, it'll be like around here.
Okay, perfect. And then let's get Scout for a few seconds.
So Tegan, you say that, but what if I could tell you that I could disrupt the resurrection industry, and a medical test that once would have cost 1,000 GP or a single diamond could instead be done with a simple small silver rod?
I roll Arcana?
Yeah, I roll for deception.
Next thing you know, it's just, what's that one rod called where if you can put it in place and it'll just stay
rod
there?
Of immovable rod.
There you go.
Okay, we all sound leveled. Are we ready to start?
Yes.
And you're going to have to bear with me because it was the middle of the night 2 nights ago that I wrote our recap, and I was reading it just a bit ago, and I'm like, this is word soup. But last time we all met, you all had recently been granted entry into the village of Kresk through a conversation with the town's burgomaster, Dmitry Kreskov. You had kind of a brief introduction to the lay of the land in the village of Kresk. You did stop into a homestead that had sort of a general goods store, secondhand goods store kind of operating out of its front room. You procured several healer's kits, a few magical items, and a few other trinkets before leaving there on your way up to the Abbey. Before climbing the switchbacks to the cliffside monastery, you all happened upon a blessed pool containing a vision of one said to be the dead brother of Strahd named Sergei von Zarovich. He gave you what small bit of Barovian lore that he was able to from his perspective. Mainly that long ago that he was betrothed to somebody named Tatiana. But his brother Strahd killed him on the day of their wedding. He knew nothing about how long he had been residing in this pool or of the name Irina, but that he sometimes gets glimpses into the movements and actions of who you may have come to believe are the many incarnations of the same soul. He also tells you that he has a way to release her soul from this prison if you were able to return her to this pool. And as a departing gift, the water refilled your vessels with has the benefit of a lesser restoration spell upon the first drink. You all then made your way up to the cliff path towards the Abbey. You called out and opened a very creaky gate and were greeted by two somewhat grotesque-looking human-animal hybrids who spoke with you and led you inside to request an audience with the abbot. Inside the main central entrance hall, you saw more of these mongrel folks in the central courtyard while you waited the abbot. These ones a little more grotesque and a little more restrained, saying for their own safety and the safety of others. Shortly before the episode ended abruptly due to a power outage here and also crazy echo from I don't even know what, the abbot answered some questions about the Bellevue family that resides in the abbey, and that one named Cyrus Bellevue left the abbey to seek a life of his own and wound up in Castle Ravenloft working as a servant of Strahd. He also told you about the two other guests currently in the abbey, who you would be bunking with should you choose to stay some nights. He began to give you a tour of the abbey. You had reached the first room of the tour and been introduced to Vasilka.
Did we get the table plop map of this area again?
Do I not have it visible? That is very possible that it is hidden.
Yeah, I think it's just only splash page is visible at the moment. I just want to remember where those where all the people are. I think I guess
this keeps popping up the wrong window.
There are people.
There are people about.
They're mostly people. There are also dog, but
and bat. And spider.
And bat and spider.
Dusk. There we are.
And did we already
Except for the part... I've got the wrong thing up. Sorry. Okay. I really want to do things more smoothly. And there we are.
All good.
Yes, so you see the abbot there, Vasilka in front of him to remind you all, Vasilka. And also something I failed to mention during our last session. you kind of have to double take to see it, and maybe one of you notices before everybody else and points it out to everybody else, and now that you see it, you can't unsee it. The Vasilka does have a striking, like, similar resemblance to Irina.
And sorry to ask, but what is Vasilka exactly?
Vasilka is this woman who seems a little bit, how do I put this? She seemed a little bit like absent-minded, like wasn't necessarily making eye contact with you. I think it was you, Dratari, that tried to take her hand to offer, a handshake or a kiss on the hand or something. And she kind of like dead arm, didn't resist, but there's something off about this figure.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we did. Oh, go ahead.
Especially since the abbot that you've already deduced to be a celestial of some kind, is just talking about
that's right.
this thing as being his daughter, and that does not sound right. And he's, how do I put this? Her aesthetics and behavior are sus. His behaviors and bullshit is sus. Everything's really, really, really sus right now. But then again, we in Barovia, so that's literally still batting under par for the course. So yeah.
Right. And since if the only thing that I did was just extend out the hand, just in that case, kind of a little bit confused and a little bit awkward about just. So, how long have you been under the abbot's care here in the here in the abbey?
You're asking Vasilka?
Yeah. Just trying to make the
she is kind of looking at the wall past you, in between you all, not making eye contact, kind of idle pose animation, just blinking slowly once every several moments. And after a brief moment of her not responding to the question, the abbot chimes in and says, you will have to forgive her. She is not quite reached her full potential with her faculties of speech yet. But I am in the process of learning her letters, and she has managed to. I think I actually had her curtsy to y'all during the end of the last session. And he remarks that he's quite proud of her progress.
I see.
Is she gonna end up like the others? Is she gonna end up all animal like?
Oh no, you see, the Bellevues, this is well, I must confess, this is in a way of my doing, but it is was an unexpected outcome without the knowledge of foresight. You see, the Bellevues, they were a family that resided in Kresk long ago, generations ago in their family lines. They were somewhat outsiders in the village. You see, they had contracted a form of something akin to a magical leprosy. And they came here to the abbot to seek healing for their ailments, which, through the guidance and gifts of the Morning Lord, I was able to provide. But the Bellevues, while very grateful, they decided to stay on at the Abbey to be, in additional servants to the Morning Lord. But they were not, how shall I say, not quite content with the healing I provided. They sought further enhancements. Through much prayer and meditation upon this, I sought the guidance of the Morning Lord, and I saw a way to enhance the Bellevues in the ways that they saw fit. You must understand that the powers of the divine are deep and lasting, and they can come with unforeseen changes that come about many iterations. In earlier generations, the Bellevue family were quite pure in their hybridizations. Many of them sought eagle eyes or bear strength, or such as these things go. But as generations went on, the seem to have bonded in the very genetic material, and the hybridizations became erratic and unpredictable, and well, the Bellevue family is much as you see it now, except it is quite unfortunate that such is their condition, that many of them are born quite mad. And for that, I have opened somewhat of a sanitarium in my east wing, where many of the less cognizant of the Bellevues are kept for their own safety and the safety of others.
And that also goes for the ones that you've decided to box up or chain to the yard, or is that something that you rotate them through so that they can get their yard time?
You must understand, I am a healer and a physician. I am by no means a jailer. I do my best to ensure that these creatures are able to live as peaceful and rewarding lives, such as they are, as they are able.
While I can appreciate that you caught my implication and addressed it, you didn't actually answer my question. But that's okay. I'm going to move on. You said this happened because of a in essence their prayers to a god. I'm going to assume your morning lord.
Correct.
In essence were answered too well. I'm a little, how do I put this, curious about some of the details of your faith, especially if this is the kind of thing that happens from that um, purely on accident. I could almost understand if they had been meddling with the arcane, but this happening as a result of divine magic kind of puts me off a little bit. And every church that we've found in this land is dedicated to some saint or another of the Morning Lord, but we've heard of a swamp witch who worships the Night Queen or something along those lines. And I don't know. Where I come from, we have a triumvirate of deities. And that always made sense to me because 3 suns, 3 moons, 3 gods. I never really questioned it. But this all seems very different to me from what I'm used to, which feels like an understatement.
Yes, it was the in reference to who you were referring to. I don't know this forest witch, but Barovia has a dualistic theistic tradition. There is the Night Mother and the Morning Lord. Long ago, they did more or less work in tandem. Also, long ago, their cooperation was a little more adverse, shall we say. But for 4 centuries or a bit longer than that, the mists that surround this valley, it acts as somewhat of a muffle. The divine presence can still be felt here. The powers can still work here, but it is, well, it takes someone of saintly nature to hear their divinity and be able to carry out their wishes. And such I have come here and have been a servant of the Morning Lord for quite some time.
Did I hear right? You said you were around way back when the Bellevues first came here?
Yes, that be bit more than 3 centuries ago at this point. I was fairly new in town at that juncture. But yes, they came to me. They were somewhat ostracized citizens of the village of Kresk. They came to me with their affliction, and I did what I could to heal them from that. And they came to me again with requests of enhancements, and regretfully, I perhaps overreached using strength I knew that I had, but perhaps did not fully possess the full rounded scope of what this power I possessed could do.
And what is done, it cannot be undone at this point, I take it, from, well, the chains.
I
Done
do
this.
my best to.
So uh are you one of the Dusk Elves, or are you some kind of other elf? Because it's the only thing I know that could live long enough for that. Because it's a few centuries. That's a long time. We'd all probably be dead a couple times over at least.
Oh no, I am not an elf. He kind of removes part of his monk's hood a little bit, shows off his ears, which are, roughly human shape. Amongst the 4 of you, I'm not sure if anybody left has human-shaped ears, but yeah, they're what you think just like a human's ears should be shaped like. And he says, yes, I am otherwise quite old. You see, I come from the court of the Morning Lord. And being such as Strahd, I understand that being such as yourself, do your best to count the individual grains of sand, but for me, time is quite a different experience altogether. And one such as Strahd is quite young to me.
How old is Strahd? How long is just that first question? Actually,
Strahd, to my knowledge, is a bit older than 4 centuries.
Ah, so a spring chicken.
And that's young?
Quite.
Well, he is a celestial, so
What was it like before Strahd?
Oh, you see, while I am quite older than he is, I did not come to these lands until, well, a bit into his reign.
ah,
How did were you summoned by or has your you said you're like really old. Has faith sustained you this whole time? Is that a thing? Is that why you're so old?
On through the morning, Lord, great works can be accomplished, and to his servants he helps to maintain. But yes, I was given the charge of healing these lands. You see, these lands have a sickness, and I have come here to develop and administer its cure. You see, Strahd has, in a very, well, metaphysical but still real sense, he has become the very land itself here. And through it and his cursed existence, well, this land is cursed, and I have been placed here to provide let's say, an antidote for this curse of Strahd. And we have a title.
Title drop.
yeah, I was gonna say title drop.
And you see, it is, I am ashamed to say, very much in a state of infancy, very much larval state, but my Vasilka you see here before you, she is meant to be that very cure.
How is
In what
she?
way?
Yeah.
Well, you see, where do I even begin?
How about with Strahd killing his brother in order to steal away his brother's bride on their wedding day?
Ah, yes, you
And the
see
fact that
this.
her soul is constantly being reincarnated over and over again, and he pursues the people whomsoever he believes to be her latest reincarnation, which seems to actually quite possibly be correct.
Drag him.
Hey, leave it to the bard to tell the story that they've uncovered.
Yes, well, you see,
I heard that Strahd was a little bitch.
I have one job on this ship. It might be stupid, but I'm
Keep the party together. Talk about the drama. No, this is also literally like the first person we've ever met in Barovia who knows what the fuck is going on at all.
That too.
It's probably
or
only
will
because
admit
they're.
to it.
Yeah,
It's probably only because they're centuries old too.
That's fine.
And
I feel like
maybe.
I'm hoping that they're that kind of like old person where they just lose their filter after a couple hundred centuries and like they'll tell you anything.
And
They will
on
ruin your
that
life.
note, I was doing the info dump drop specifically to see how this person reacted to it. So how did they before I get the verbal response. What was their body language like as I spoke?
First, remind me what specific bits of information you're looking for them to respond to.
They ended with the statement of where do I start, and I basically followed up with everything we learned from the brother essentially in order. So the first thing I said was Strahd killing his brother. Then I mentioned in order to steal the bride on their wedding day. And then I was talked about and now pursues her reincarnations.
Yeah, I was going to maybe have you make an insight check, but I think without even rolling one, you can tell there's no shift in the abbot's body language. He knows what you're saying. This isn't a surprise to him.
Yes, of course.
Well, duh, doesn't everyone know that?
Apparently not, or at the very least, no one wants to say it. Fucking pulling teeth to get
yes,
people
you
to
see,
admit the color of the sky around here.
Strahd has, I know not entirely the nature of his curse and his transformation and the form in which you find him inhabiting now, but I do know when one has the very sole object of one's heart's desire ripped away from them in such a cruel and abrupt way, that can cause a real
Brahma?
yeah, that's a soft way to put it. More magically, it could break a person. And a person such as Strahd, who has the influence that he has over this land, has been broken so utterly that this land itself has inherited his very curse. And aside from, the many iterations of this long tortured soul that is cursed to relive a terrible end of a very, very traumatic life for several lifetimes over. It is my goal to replace that which Strahd has lost. And it is my hope, and through the guidance of the Morning Lord, that Vasilka here, such in her chrysalis state that she is in currently, might emerge one day to be that very love, to heal this heart of Strahd's.
So you're taking care of someone who is not entirely functioning, which of course is part of your whole deal here with your sanitarium, Abbey. You're taking care of someone who is not fully functioning and manages to have an aesthetic that somewhat resembles his long lost love, in the hope that in her emptiness she will eventually become the vessel for the soul as it goes through its cycles, and then you can help guide her and shape her into someone who would actually accept Strahd's advances. Just so that I follow and understand.
Forgive me, you obviously appear to be outsiders, and from your attire and the state of its wear, and the fact that you haven't procured newer clothing to better integrate with Barovian society. I suspect you have not been here perhaps much longer than a 10-day. Has anyone spoken to you about, well, they like to say souls and shells?
Not
Is that
the
Barovian
orphanage,
regional dish?
we have
not eaten that yet.
I don't remember her name off the top of my head, but the woman who ran the orphanage in Vallaki did briefly mention something about that when you were asking questions about you had rescued 4 orphans from the old bone grinder. You had taken them to the orphanage at in Vallaki, and one of those 4 kids didn't talk and kind of just had a blank expression. And I want to say Claudia Belasco maybe was her name. I don't remember off the top of my head, but the orphanage runner person, she mentioned something about not all Barovians. In fact, many Barovians just don't have a soul in there.
Oh.
okay.
Yeah.
But how do I put this? When she said that, she would not have used these terms, so we wouldn't actually make that connection yet.
I think she might have actually said souls and shells, which, yeah, after a Scout's joke, that does sound like mac and cheese.
So
Barovian souls and shells.
So some people don't have souls. So is that like are the people here under the same kind of cycle of reincarnation?
Yes, you see, this valley and the dark mist that encase it. Within it, there are a finite numbers of spirits, and less souls to go around than there are bodies to put them in, perhaps. It seems that centuries ago, when these mists first formed, it was meant to be not only a physical prison, but a metaphysical one as well. Souls are not supposed to escape. When one dies here, their soul does not rest in the afterlife that is would be predetermined for them otherwise.
That would explain what my goddess did for me in the village of Vallaki. We were fighting, and yes, I am quite seriously about to actually do this frickin' drop right now, because we were fighting some vampire spawn in that city, and I'm pretty sure I briefly actually died, but my goddess returned me to life, basically managing to revive me remotely, even without having the assistance of another cleric in the process. Though when I came back, the resurrection seems to have somehow botched, despite being done by my goddess, and it left me physically altered and marked and showing off my ears by the process.
He starts to give you somewhat of a puzzled look, and you see kind of a blue and purple flash go over his eyeballs, like a light had just moved, or like the reflections of a cat eyes almost. And he says, "Oh, my dear, have you attempted to commune with your faith since you're arriving here?"
I mean, I pray daily after I wake up, but I have not had any spontaneous communion, nor am I proficient in the spells that would force such a communion.
I am, how do I put this? Your, the object of your faith, it is, quite unable to reach you here.
I still get access to my clerical spells.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so do
same
I.
with me.
This is another curious thing. I am not entirely sure what aspect of divinity that you are still connected to. It may very well be the Morning Lord who is choosing to continue to grant you these divine powers, but I'm terribly sorry. And he looks visibly distressed when he says, I'm terribly sorry to be the one to have to tell you that you are quite cut off from your faith where you stand now.
Then who's allowing us to still do this?
Manu, you also see his eyes flash again while really scrutinizing you, and then he double takes looking back at Tegan. And he says, for that I cannot say, but I do have a belief and faith that the Morning Lord is choosing to grant you the powers that would otherwise be granted by the object of your individual faiths. But I see that he looks back and forth between Manu and Tegan. He says, you have been touched by the darkest of powers that surround these lands.
Yeah, I was when you were talking about being cut off, I was under a suspicion that what brought us back wasn't necessarily our gods, but something. But I didn't think it was evil. I mean,
Us back?
even though bat ears and I have to eat rotten food, but
I think that's the first time you said out loud to
Uh-huh.
anybody. You've been pretty private about going to the
Wait, you what?
compost.
Yeah. Tegan did not know that you died and did not know that you had this effect.
oh yeah, I did. I kind of died too. I well, not kind of. I totally died. Jumping out the window didn't help much at the time.
So, okay. Because I remember seeing that you guys were all, you had an order of darkness, but I guess that explains it. So you came back.
I've not died yet.
The
And-
fortunate one.
Yeah, I thought
Yes,
that,
there was
like,
another. There was another
fast enough to
recently
get run
brought to
away
me that had similarly been touched by these dark powers. And unfortunately, it seems like that that dark gift of rebirth was not even as powerful as it was, not in and of itself enough to keep this one alive. I did what I could with them. I was able to revive them. I was able to remove the dark affliction. And he is one of my guests, one of the two guests I have previously mentioned. I forgive me. It is. I try to get to the root causes of things. It is not in my nature to busy myself applying band-aids to areas of a land that is just a gaping wound. it is my main
Tegan
goal
feels
to.
attacked.
But I do have within my power, and it is no real inconvenience or taking me away from my other duties. I can treat you of your afflictions. So there are several services I can offer. There perhaps maybe things I want in return. He looks kind of eyeballing over you, and kind of just glancing past Manu and Dratari, but lingering a little bit on Stormy and on Tegan. Says, "Your face. Is there anything I could offer you for it?" Forgive me if that was forward. And your scalp.
Was that directed at me?
The face was directed at Tegan, and the scalp was directed at Stormy.
Scalp. I thought. Is he talking about how I look old?
He's talking
No,
about your hair and.
He wants to harvest our body parts in order to perfect his meat puppet.
Oh.
Do you
I
say that out
completely
loud?
misunderstood.
No, that was for Scout's benefit, not Stormy's.
I thought that he was going to fix, quote unquote, fix your ears and my being 10 years older than I was at the start of the campaign. I did not realize that it was the exact opposite.
Yeah, he wants to cure Manu and I, but in return, one of the things that he's asking for in repayment, whether that be one of the options or just the first part of the payment, we haven't called him on to clarify yet, but the first thing he's mentioning is requesting harvesting body parts from us in return, which I would hope would at least be followed up with regeneration, but
yeah,
I don't trust this guy.
Yeah,
I'm gonna have to pass on that. For it, I
Likewise.
love the offer. I've had just about enough of the horrible things that happen in this land. Speaking of which, I really want to ask you, and I point at Vasilka. As we speak of souls and shells, which is she?
I aim to be training Vasilka to be quite intellectually and emotionally adept, very sharp-witted and capable. However, such is her design and purpose that it seems perhaps cruel to grant her a soul.
So you could, but you won't.
It is through the guidance of the Morning Lord that I choose not to.
Have you ever even hugged her?
I would not say that is the nature of our relationship.
You literally
I'm gonna
described
hug
her
her.
as you literally described her as your daughter, though.
Stormy hugs her.
Yeah. She doesn't move her arms to embrace back. She kind of looks up to the abbot with a little bit of a confused is a strong word because her face is not very expressive, but kind of a look that you're easily able to anthropomorphize as a what's going on, but otherwise head empty.
I I tell her, this is a hug. It's a thing you do when you care for someone, and I glare at the abbot.
The abbot gives a gentle and patient look to Vasilka and says, Vasilka, this woman is expressing affection.
You'd think after 400 years in Barovia, you could do the same.
Oh, Vasilka is quite younger than that. She has been in the blueprint stage for decades, and I only really brought her to fruition. Well, counting years is difficult, but perhaps 30 years ago, when she first attained this form. And I've been making subtle improvements here and there.
Sunny is straight up, like back turned, intentionally ignoring her, whispering loudly over him. Seems the mongrelfolk may not be the only monsters here. Burn.
And Tegan...
the abbot can keep talking. It was just Sunny was going to interrupt at the same time.
Yeah, and Tegan actually wants to interrupt his little ramble of this time again as well. And like, what do you mean blueprint stage and finally managing to bring her into development?
So
did you try to do selective breeding between people, or?
Yeah, this is a very good line of questioning, by the way.
In what way? What manner of blueprint did you manage to follow to make her?
You must understand, Vasilka was not, as you would understand it, born. She is very much of my design.
Okay, I have a question for the DM at this point.
Yes.
I know what a flesh golem is. Do you think Tegan would have enough knowledge of constructs to wonder or ask him if that's what she is? Especially given he's talking about harvesting our body parts. That's the main part that makes me jump to that conclusion.
I'll say this. If you think that Arcana and the like, especially I think the type of bard you are is an Arcana bard. Or no, you're an Arcana cleric and a lower bard.
I'm an Arcana cleric, and one of my bardic expertises is in Arcana. I have expertise on Arcana.
I will say you are allowed to tell me that in your hometown studies, that would be something you might have learned about, or if you think this is something you might remember studying at Idnani Adventure Academy, you could make an Arcana check.
Those are words I haven't heard in a long time.
You could I'll say DC 10, not very high, Arcana check, or you could just fucking tell me that you would know because of your hometown and what you studied there.
I mean, especially, okay, I would imagine that the town does use animated objects quite frequently, but probably not full-fledged golem creation. But nevertheless, because of construct and awakened plant usages for quick, cheap labor, I definitely would have studied a bit further in the academy, and my Arcana roll was a 16.
Oh yeah, for sure. Flesh golems, clay golems, and the like. I think you know about. I think a flesh golem is not something you've ever seen. You maybe wouldn't even have seen, scientific sketches or, depictions of one, but it is definitely something you've read about, and now you're wondering if that's what you're looking at here. And he kind of, I think both Stormy was basically just trying to talk over him to get him to stop talking, and then Tegan was going through a line of questioning, which also trying to trip him up. But he basically full steam hasn't stopped talking. He's like kind of a tech geek that's really proud of this project that he's set up, and he's telling you about techno babble and arcana babble that your words are kind of just flying over your head. He's telling you about which parts he swapped out for what parts, and he finally gets to, and I gave her the softest angel baby hands, and he lifts up her hands and shows you. If you look very closely, you could see somewhat of a seam just above the wrist, where the skin tone of the forearm does not match the hand, and the skin tone of the abbot's forearms match Vasilka's hands.
So, is she a flesh golem or something similar to that effect, where it's a magically animated hodgepodge of sewn together body parts? And that's very explicitly what you were asking for the donations from myself and Stormy?
Flesh golem, I would say, has some connotations.
Golems are constructs, not undead. So, and Tegan very much so has the negative connotation, but she's trying to pretend she's being neutral about this.
And while he's still kind of trying to find the words, just all right there, Victor.
Oh, you can call me the Abbot. Like I said, I'm just a humble servant of the Morning Lord. But yes, in response, the flesh golem tends to have a certain connotation. I have dabbled in the creations of flesh golems in the past, and the development and production of Vasilka was not unlike the creation of a flesh golem, but she is something I aim to be more sophisticated and more refined. As you will, further iteration. I intend her to be whole cloth, the cure for the curse upon this land. And I believe with the guidance of the Morning Lord, she will make it there yet.
And that's an interesting idea that you have going, but what makes you believe that Tatiana's spirit will inhabit her at some point? I don't know how this whole reincarnation process works here. Since we already...
Accurate.
I mean, both well, character and me, so yeah.
This poor woman who has lived this cyclical curse, it is my intention to have Vasilka's role render her redundant, no longer needing to fear pursuit by Strahd. I intend Vasilka to be, well, everything the Count needs to cure his broken heart.
Tegan is so done with this guy and all his bullshit. Well, good luck with that Herculean task. So the other people that are here, you said something about letting us meet them as well?
Yes, if you would prefer, I could redirect us directly to where they are staying. I would imagine they are still into the room I have provided for them. They are free to come and go as they want. The one, as I said, may still be convalescing. They have been in and out of consciousness. But yes, I could take you directly to them, but as I mentioned earlier, I would be remiss to not offer newcomers a further tour of these grounds. It seems we have only got to the main hall so far.
All right, leads the way.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Tegan is just kind of really adamantly looking around at everyone, especially Stormy, in order to like pick up what everyone's body language is about all of this, because at this point in time, she thinks this angel is fucking nuts.
So in that case, kind of doing a little bit of retconning, but essentially once the Abbot got into more of the speaking of everyone's faith and like how much they can commune to their own god, you can see the fact that Jatari just immediately is trying to fade into the background even more, and even now is kind of like trailing behind a little bit more than she usually would from the Abbot.
We can obviously we're going to have a lot to discuss amongst ourselves once we're out of this fucker's earshot. Anyway,
and while I do hold Lancelot close because I don't want him to become some kind of weird dog monster, I do kind of follow a bit closely to the Abbot.
Oh, come on, Mona. Frankenweenie was a great film.
And again, you're hearing the stringed instrument music kind of trickling down from the upstairs of here. He has kind of offered a choice between I would like to give you a tour of the whole grounds, but if you would like, I can take you straight to the other guest / a room that you could rest in for a while. You didn't give necessarily a straight answer other than lead the way, and he's basically said I can lead you the way to two places, and instead of saying lead the way here, you just said lead the way.
Okay. Let's at least finish the tour. I feel like it'd be good to get a good lay of the place.
Yeah. Tegan mostly just wanted to force a subject change. She is kind of checked out from the rest of this at this point.
He says, very good. If you can follow me out this way, and he sort of motions towards the door on the south wall that you had all entered in. As you are following him in that direction, there is a sudden commotion upstairs, and the cello music abruptly stops. You can hear, Tegan especially could hear the clanking of what sounds like empty and partially empty wine bottles. Sounds like one person clambering and stumbling over another person. The three of you are hearing two distinct voices, kind of, and also, Tegan, I think you hear specifically the second voice saying, why do you always have to be in this exact corner? And he's like, what are you doing here? And before the last of you are stepping out, you do hear kind of this uneven footsteps of like, a regular foot clomp, but like every other step is more of a plap. Um, and that seems to be descending from the staircase, which is in the west end of the room, that those set of stairs go down. So to recap, there was a bit of a commotion upstairs. Tegan heard words, everybody else just heard voices. And as the abbot is leading you out the door, there are footsteps kind of rushing down the steps. The abbot sort of pauses for a second. It's like, it appears that Cirrus might have arrived. Some of you were interested in the Soul Bellevue that has resided outside of the abbey.
Yes.
Yeah, a little.
Out of character. This is the one who we were told serves Strahd now, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
I have, like, Tegan will actually, especially towards Stormy, lean over and it's like, I have extreme reservations about dealing with someone who has chosen to willingly serve Strahd, especially given our current attire choices.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, are you still wearing it at this moment?
Stormy just grins back at Tegan excitedly.
I missed that. That's great.
Yeah. Well, wait. Didn't Stormy actually swap her coat around for the sake of going to the Abbey? I just realized and remembered that.
I don't remember. I know I could. I could do it. I don't remember if I did or not.
Anyway.
I don't think I... well, actually, I don't know what I would have done. Yeah, maybe that did happen. So if that did happen, then in fact, I think Tegan, I would be grinning at you silently while taking my coat off and turning it to whichever way is the Strahd side.
And just in the nick of time, you hear the plop, flap of uneven footsteps coming down the stairs. And you see another one of what is clearly one of the Bellevues, kind of a flat-soled, booted foot on the right foot. And the left foot is similar to that of a duck flipper. And kind of like gerbil ears or like hamster ears upturned, and like a very Baron von Underbite jaw with
hell yeah,
some teeth sticking out, some like sharp fangy teeth sticking out, and the long very pop-eyed forearms of like a gorilla, just very hairy. Stands just like a little bit over 4 feet tall, and says, "Oh, Mr. Abbot, the master sends me with a message for your visitors." And the abbot says, "Very good, Cirrus. Well, here they are." And he walks up to the 4 of you. Says, my master wishes to see you at once."
You're Strahd?
"Sir von Zarevich, he gave me this for you."
Sir von Zarevich.
My friends, know that it is I who have brought you to this land, my home, and know that I alone can release you from it. I bid you dine at my castle so that we can meet in civilized surroundings. Your passage here will be a safe one.
Safe one. I await your arrival.
Yeah. I have difficulty reading some of these.
No,
The
I
handwriting.
was glad when you started reading it, because I was like, wait, hold on.
Yeah, it's a little difficult to read.
Just like everything else in the Strahd campaign.
Indeed.
Oh boy,
the struggle continues.
We've been invited to dinner.
But we are all
To
still
dinner or to
mostly
be dinner?
alive. So
To serve man.
Master is very excited. He's planning a wedding.
Right.
And when
were
does
we
he
kind of
want
all
us
reading
to?
it? How were we reading the letter? Were we like all crowded around, or like did you read it out loud, Tegan?
Yeah, I'm imagining that.
I'm actually imagining the crowding it around and multiple of us reading. But yeah, I don't know.
I imagine like it basically happened in game. Everybody was crowding around. Tegan was reading out loud. Manu and Dratari were just kind of listening, maybe reading along while listening. And Stormy chimed in at the very end because Strahd's handwriting is boo-boo.
I'll jump in and say Stormy kind of like read that last bit out loud. You're like, I cannot wait. I await your arrival. Your host, Strahd von Zarevich. We have to go to this, right?
When does he expect us there? There's no date given on this, and Tegan actually is saying that, kind of staring. It's partly directed at Cyrus. Is his name?
He just wants you soon. He promises no danger on the road.
That's comforting. So
I mean, if we and Sunny seems almost like unnervingly frantic about this letter. Frantically unnerved. That's the right order. And just like, well, like we're not getting out. We're not getting out unless we do this. We just have to do it.
And actually, what's the current hour?
There's no other way. We have to do it.
We're really far away from the castle. We're like as far away as we can be almost in this place.
Yes, but we traveled here trying to save a girl we didn't even know, and now that we've lost her, why are we here? Why are we not? He's not going to let us out. He's not going to let us out unless we work with him. You can't work against someone like that.
So he says. Anyway, so Cyrus, whatever your name is.
Cyrus.
Okay, whatever. And you're saying that the roads will be safe here for us, but you got here in an instant and somehow managed to arrive upstairs. Is there a faster way to his castle that is accessible to you that may be made accessible to us so that we don't have
to walk back just like you? Teleport only works one way.
Well, that's a shame.
Out of character, fucking L for that dude.
Poor Cyrus.
I'm a humble servant.
Okay, in that case, tell him that you can expect us in as many days it takes you to walk back.
Well, do you want to try and get a couple of errands done first, or?
No, yeah, that was kind of with the implication that at least we'll have a little bit of time for him to walk back and tell Strahd that. But anyways, yes, I suppose that we can't really get ourselves out of this invitation, but we can at least still have the day to work with this Abbey a little bit more. No one expects us to be on the road at night.
Don't you think it's time we killed him?
Just killed Oh, you meant Strahd. I thought you meant Sirius.
Can I unsay that? I completely forgot Sirius. Can I retcon it? Sirius, can we have the room for a second?
Right before you said that, Sirius is like, gotta smooch Marcina before I hit the road.
Who?
Marzina, I don't believe you would have got the name of, but that was the bat-winged and spider-mouthed mongrel folk in the central chamber.
Hey man, if that's your thing, then more power to you.
Whatever floats your boat.
No kink shaman here.
She's my sweetie. Bye. See you at the castle.
Just. Okay, now you can say what you're about to say there.
Not gonna say nothing. I would not recommend any of us.
Yeah.
Like, if you start to say something that I think might be not safe for the abbot to hear, we got a lot to talk about when we're on our own. But anyway.
Yeah. So, did we want to also weird voices coming ahead? What was all that about, by the way, Deacon?
The weird voices was this guy coming down the stairs. He teleported into a floor above us and then charged down the stairs to come give us the message.
Never mind, I thought those were two separate events.
It seemed like with what you heard, it wouldn't take high deductive skills to be like the teleport location that Sirius is able to take from Ravenloft to the Abbey teleports him to a specific spot in the room upstairs to where you're at. And that specific spot is also where the musician likes to musish. He every time he comes back to the Abbey, he basically teleports in the lap of somebody holding an expensive stringed instrument.
Which I'll have to admit, I'm actually disappointed that it's just a one-way teleporter, because I imagined Strahd sending his minion around on big flying mount. Like Strahd has his nightmare, give his minion a griffin or some shit, but no, it's got to be a one-way teleporter that his minion has to walk back.
Strahd very much seems like the type to get off on, even if his servants like have worse shit than the commoners that he antagonizes, he kind of gets off on the fact that his servants have it worse than him.
Wait,
even if
Agatha, are you meaning to tell me after all this time that Strahd is a dick?
Oh yeah, big time. Big time.
Anyways, go ahead.
I want to ask I just want to ask the abbot real quick if he's got any incense that I could have.
I could poke around. Perhaps upstairs would be the next good place to check upon a tour.
And perhaps holy water as well, considering what we're dealing with.
Holy water. I can manage.
Great. Thank you for it then. So I think we might have had a long day. It looks like we'll have a long walk back to this invitation. Shall we find where the rooms are? Or is it
You
Sorry,
say
I was
this
coughing.
as
I didn't hear.
you say this as he was currently leading you upstairs on what he's been trying to give you the tour of the place.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Let's finally do the tour, and then
Sorry,
we
I thought
can
we were-
speak to the
Sorry,
speak to
yeah.
the
Stormy
visitors.
stops mid-sentence for the tour.
Yeah, we can
Sorry, yeah.
do the
Let's continue with the
tour.
tour.
And
No, that's as Tegan was like, Storm. I think Tegan kind of jumped in there a little and stopped Stormy.
Say that,
Yeah.
And
Right,
now we're
I'll listen
swept
to it
up in
then.
the tour, so yeah, I keep it to myself for now.
Bring the abbot up here.
Oh,
That guy was.
I will say that the battle maps that came in the book really were bare bones, so I sought out different battle maps that looked a lot better. But this one specifically, this room specifically, the person who reinterpreted this area took a lot of creative license. And I will say that what this room looks like on the map is a lot more ominous and sinister looking than what you actually see. I'm going to give you a description in a second once I get the abbot up here. Where did the abbot go?
What's the bones and wine room? A fun part of any abbey.
so that's what you meant by bone and soul.
Why can't I find the abbot?
Yo, Abbot. Hey, yo.
Hey, Abbot.
Is it because of this?
That wascally whittle Abbot. No, what that ascally iddle Abbot.
Still now.
What? Okay, so apparently moving the abbot from floor 1 to floor 2 also relocated him to the gatehouse. I don't know how that happened.
Ooh.
So yes, you are in room 17. You ascend the staircase. The wooden stairs climb 20 feet to a loft with a pitched roof and a door in the center of the south wall. Unlit lanterns hang from the rafters, and a rope dangles from a bronze bell lodged in the belfry 30 feet overhead. The room is filled with the sound of beautiful music, a melody so enchanting that it adds a bit of much-needed warmth to the otherwise freezing room. A black shroud covers a humanoid shape lying on a wooden table. The music does nothing to stir it. A cot heaped with furs rest in the northeast corner. I'm sorry, this says northeast, but I'm saying southeast corner. Let me show. Surrounded by empty wine bottles. An oil lamp burns atop a table nearby, silhouetting a squat creature that has 2 heads. It sits on the edge of the cot with a viol between its legs. With a crustacean claw-like appendage, it grasps the neck of the instrument while running a bow gently across its strings with its human hand. This would be my loft and belfry, and yes, this is Cloven Bellevue. He is my faithful martinet, and he handles much of the tasks, daily tasks that need to be done here. He does much of the looking after of his siblings and extended family during his day, but yes, he is managed to, on his own, develop a musical skill that is quite divine and quite lovely. do say hello, Cloven. And Cloven, without stopping, kind of looks up at you all and says, I'm Cloven. And kind of the underformed, like infant's head that's attached to the same neck is kind of lolling its head and occasionally opening its eyes. It seems to be drifting off to the music. This is somewhat of my workshop at times. This would be the location that Vasilka was originally designed and formed. And when I have some further work to do on her, this is where it is done.
I see.
So is that person on the table? Is that someone else, or is that for her?
There is no person on the table.
Oh, I thought that was like a form under
A black shroud covers a humanoid shape lying on a wooden table. You did see that. I'm not gaslighting you, but he is saying there is not. There's nobody on the table. Also, this the map has 2 tables on it. There's 1 table in this room. The map has 3 coffins in it. There's no coffins in this room. The map has fucking dragon skeletons in it. There's not a dragon skeleton in this room.
But the table, the that's a thing. What is that? What's there? What's under that?
You mean on the table?
Yeah,
You may certainly check for yourself, but I am currently not working on. I don't have anything in the works on that table at the time.
Does one of you wanna kind of?
Nope, not done. No, I'm done with this fucker.
All right.
Be the spring chapter, the trap springer again. I know my role in this party of ours. Yeah, why not? Kind of also looking behind. Actually, no. Jatari goes on this side so that you can still have an eye on the abbots, and like slowly tries to pick up the shroud and like pull it back, kind of thing, like the old trying to remove a tablecloth clean, but slowly.
Beneath the shroud lies a creature made of stitched together body parts. You recognize some of these parts as your own.
Wait, say again? You recognize it as
You
your own?
recognize some of these parts to be your own.
So like turtle parts and tiefling parts?
Did both of you look?
Yeah, I looked too.
Parts.
I went up there.
Are there orc parts? They should be half orc parts.
Yeah, Manu, you are recognizing bits of your own flesh, and when you look at this figure, and Ratari, you're also noticing parts of it appear to be your flesh.
Immediately, Jatari just like basically the same thing that I was doing on the camera, just like looking around. It's like, I think I still have all my parts on me. The parts are missing.
Ratari, you double check yourself. You count all your fingers and toes. You have all your extremities there. You look back on the table. Your eyes play tricks. For what truly lies atop the table are chopped up body parts. None of them yours. All of them taken from cold, gray, lifeless women. All of them waiting to be stitched together into something horrid. I think, Manu, you do the same. You kind of like, that's my hand. Wait, I have both my hands. And then you look back at the table as like, oh, that's not that. What?
Yeah, immediately just tries to get Manu's eyes like, you saw the same thing, right? I'm not half mad here, right?
I'm half orc.
I think we're all half mad in this place.
You must be if you're here.
Nah.
Half orc and half sad.
Well, let's just.
By the way,
I
Steven,
didn't hear
you
after less
Yeah,
just.
yeah.
Say again.
You're
I didn't
glitching
hear.
out on us.
None of us heard after let's just.
Oh, continue the tour.
Ah, very good. Shall we look at the curtain wall then? And he gestures to a door on the south.
Sure. Let's continue the tour and totally not acknowledge what just happened there. Sounds like a plan.
For the record, as much as Tegan is very deliberately, she's kind of mentally going over her bullet point notes for the conversation that she needs to have with the whole party once we're out of earshot of the abbot. And so, in effect, is kind of checked out of anything he's saying or doing. Except she is also keeping a watchful ear of her tremor sense out for anything that might be ahead, just in case this dude tries to lead us into a trap and steal our body parts.
Oh, and as we leave, Dratari just like turns back and to the musician, just very good. Just hey, love your music. Keep up the good work, kind of thing.
Nice to meet you.
Sunny's just like rereading the letter, I think, kind of on her head down, just like reading it over and over again. She's not super paying attention. She's like, yeah, my hands, okay, whatever.
He leads you all out this door to the south, onto the curtain wall. Scarecrows line the abbey walls looking outward. They wear tattered chain shirts and carry spears with rusty heads. The courtyard below is blanketed with fog. And you see this is, I don't know what the castle term for it would be. They keep calling it a curtain wall, but I'd never heard of that before. There's not a curtain involved. It's, stone masonry. It's like a 5-foot kind of ring. That central chamber that you first entered into downstairs is open roof. There's fog swirling down there and a light smattering of snow on the ground. So you all can see down into the room that had the well with the mongrelfolk in it, and also the freakish looking bat spider lady in the corner. You could see down there, and you could also see out to the west a view down to down the cliff to the village of Kresk.
Can we see down to see if the I forgot what you said her name was, but her and Sirius having a little smooch or no?
Go ahead and make a perception check.
All right.
You are foul.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you want to see
It's a
someone
3.
kissing a spider person? That's just gross.
That's a 3. That's the
We-
luckiest thing I've ever rolled.
We have already established we don't kink shame. So if that's what he wants to watch, if that's what she wants to watch, I'm not sure if this player or character at this point. If that's what one of them wants to watch, have at it. I'll be over there.
That was just more of a continuity. Like, oh, did we actually get to see that happen? But it's
I
a place,
hope
so
not.
per usually, I am completely oblivious.
Yeah, the angle isn't quite there. I think you're following behind the abbot. And yeah, I think you think to look over, but the angle of, kind of the retaining wall, like guard barriers and all that, you curious enough to look, and you when you see that you're not at the right angle to see, you're kind of glad you're not.
Like I said, the luckiest unlucky role I played. Or
But
a
yeah,
successful role.
he continues along. It's like, of course, these guards are all scarecrows to perhaps dissuade any would-be intruders. Not that we've had even much so in the way of guests, even, but and my mongrelfolk guards do more than adequate of a job. But yes, to the south and west, the Abbey boasts breathtaking views. You could see to the west, again, the village, and to the south, kind of the Svalich woods, just seeing the tree of the sea of trees that's has just waves of mist rising up from it. It's almost a beautiful sight in that. Because there's this sea of green trees, and there's also the mist kind of swirling around them. It almost looks like you're looking at a chain of islands in the ocean, where the mist kind of has this water-looking quality, and the hills as they rise above the mist that are covered in trees just look like little spiky islands rising out of a sea, but it is just mist so thick that it has the same kind of opacity. Yes, rarely do we have guests, but many of them like to spend time here to take in the sights.
I can see that.
If you would follow me.
The sad part is, as much as Tegan hates this whole place, she hates this view even more because nothing in this place should remind her of home. And that look would. Because like we said, my home is where real world Astoria, Oregon would be. So this should not look like home, but it does. And that is wrong.
It's a side note. Is everyone getting Steven glitching? No.
Yeah, I'm seeing Steven's webcam look a little weird.
Okay.
Not consistently, but
like sometimes it's kind of like
Yeah, it hasn't been so bad that I felt the need to stop and say, Steven, fix that. But yeah, once every like minute or so, it'll be like glitch.
It was the same
and
thing
go back to normal.
Session.
Yeah, just like
no, what I had the other session was fucking gnarly, and it didn't stop. But yeah, it kind of looks like that data mosh, but it's happened for 1/2 of a second once per minute for the last couple minutes.
I can make my
webcam
do that too.
Yeah, I still don't know why that was, but unplugging it and plugging it back in did the trick that for me that time. But anyways, the abbot says, if you will continue to follow me further, we are nearly out of rooms that I am able to show you in the upper areas of the abbey. Unless you would prefer it to be your last stop on tour, the next room we will be visiting will be where you can meet our other two guests and where you would be bunking should you choose to stay.
Let's finish the tour, but not too. We're almost done, anyways. So yeah.
I also kind of want. I feel like the next, like every room we go in, it's like, oh, we find out that even more of what is the abbot is doing grotesque things, and it's like, let's continue letting him tell on himself.
Yeah.
Like he's like, oh, and this is the live experimentation room. Don't worry about that one. And we're like, oh wait, so
this is the room where I kick all the puppies.
You cross the
so
threshold until we kill you.
Would it be your preference to save this next room for last, then?
What else is there here?
Well, there's still the downstairs east wing. Although I
The sanitarium.
I confess much of that should be considered off limits to you, but I do want to show it to you to know specifically where to avoid.
Fair enough.
Same is true for the east wing in the upstairs for the most part, but the room I have available for you and our guests is just up here. If you like, I could show it to you now. I would perhaps prefer to leave it to the last stop on the tour.
Okay, we can leave it to the last.
Agreeable.
Then let's circle back around once more to drink in these lovely sights. And he sort of wings you around counterclockwise of this area, and then leads you back into the room that you just exited from. And then I'm going to have to move the abbot again. Where are you? Put you there. And then y'all go downstairs. You pass by Vasilka there, who is kind of just like idling in a corner, looking, closely inspecting the colors coming through the stained glass window. And the abbot has you continue along out here. The courtyard, I believe, would be... The gardens here are... Well, they are a delight to the Bellevues that tend to it. And he leads you out. And to the east.
And as we kind of pass Vasilka, Jotari basically hands up. Hi again, Vasilka. Trying to have more like actual human moments, especially after the whole trying to be after Stormy hugging her, trying to be like more human kind of thing.
Yeah, it's not even like she isn't even startled by suddenly being addressed. There's no reaction to being addressed. But you pass by this... You pass by this kind of outbuilding looking thing. A gatehouse stands at the entrance of the abbey. Where is Fog Layer? Got to reveal the rest of this. Nestled between rising and plunging cliffs are 4 rectangular garden plots enclosed by a 5-foot-high wall of mortared stones. White rabbits nibble on turnips uprooted by the cold. 2 lifeless scarecrows with stuffed gullets and sackcloth heads hang from wooden crosses pounded into the cold, hard earth. The Abbey's east wing looms over the gardens. Its shattered windows dark and disturbing. Door leads into this forlorn edifice, which apparently isn't as abandoned as one might have hoped. From within come the laughter and the wailing of things that should not be.
So
And this, I presume, is your sanitarium.
yeah, so avoid that.
Yes, the majority of this east wing here, I would avoid at all cost. But I will show you inside, if not for just a moment, so you can see what it is you wish to avoid. I do ask you not to be alarmed as he kind of rounds this corner towards a set of double doors here.
Oh, come on. How bad could it be?
You are quite safe while you are in my presence, but I do ask you for your own safety never to enter this wing not accompanied by myself.
Fair enough.
Oh no, another flesh golem.
What's that?
I said, oh no, another flesh golem.
This lightless corridor has multiple doors behind which lie creatures that shatter the quiet with their mad cackles and whispered curses. The stench is overpowering. Even in the gloom, you can make out a monstrous shape lumbering down the hall. When darkness can no longer hide its true natures, your eyes are treated to a terrifying 7-foot-tall assemblage of human body parts.
Prestidigitation, one of the things that you can do is create a tiny little object that can fit in your hand. And it lasts 6 seconds. Can I just keep re-upping prestidigitation and make earplugs in my ear?
I mean, yeah. So you just want to drown out the Abbot specifically, or all the mongrelfolk?
I can only imagine the various types of animal sounds and screeches in a stone sanitarium prison thing with
it's a cacophony.
with my audio sensitivity issue. I don't want to have to literally take a step, be stunned, take a step, be stunned, which is kind of what I imagine.
It's the audio equivalent of trying to look through night vision goggles and then having somebody shine a flashlight on you.
Yeah,
Yeah, that is a good move. By the way, Brooke, I'm giving you the inspiration. I feel like the first hour of this session, you were talking a whole bunch with the Abbot, and I feel like all 4 of y'all deserve inspiration way more often than I remember that it's a thing I'm supposed to give y'all. But yeah, I'm giving Tegan inspiration.
Cool.
But yeah, this token art is not exactly what you see. In fact, what so neck and shoulders, knees and toes. This is not shaped like a person. There are too many limbs. Not all of the ones that are being used as legs are, and there's way too many arms. Not all of them are arms. It seems to be there's multiple eyes just kind of in the front of the torso, and you cannot see a visible mouth.
Hey, buddy.
I did not quite see fit to give this one a name, but suffice it as to call him the Guardian. He keeps the Bellevues that are otherwise in need of treatment safe from themselves and each other.
Didn't even name him. That used to be a person.
Yeah, he does Stormy say that out loud?
No.
This figure kind of lumbers around the corner and starts stumbling towards y'all, but the gait of this creature's steps become less aggressive as the abbot kind of pushes past you and kind of puts up a reassuring hand. And then the creature kind of turns around and continues kind of this, what do you call that?
Stairway?
Beat.
Oh.
The
walk in
the path.
perimeter or whatever.
Yeah.
And Tegan actually
patrol, that was the word I was looking for. The patrol that this creature is tasked with. After the door opens, he lumbers around the corner and starts stepping quickly towards y'all, sees the abbot, and then turns around and continues on what seems to be a pre-scripted patrol.
And Tegan will, almost in spite of her, like the checking out has been supposed to have been deliberate, but almost in spite of herself, she channels a bit of Stormy, his glibness, and makes a comment of, the guardian nopapede has been placated.
Oh no, that guy's leaving so soon. We don't get to hang out with that guy more.
I don't know. Igor is kind of cute like that. Igor the Guardian. If he do not see fit to give him a name, there you go. Here he has a name.
So as he is walking you down this hall, you are passing 8 doors, 4 on each side. And as you pass each one, there's like a slight gap in between the stone floor and the wood door. Each room, while there's maybe a different one is a bunch of shouting, another one is a bunch of whispering, one is somebody crying, but all of these rooms have the noise of madness coming out of them.
For which one is the crying one?
I would say this one is.
Can I get down on the floor? And you said there's like a small gap where sound's coming out. Can I see if I can look through it? Peek in.
Make a perception check.
Okay. Let's see that. What is? I think it's +3. No, +0. Flat 5.
Yeah, there's not that much of a gap, and with a 5 on perception, you're having a hard time just like getting your face low enough to the ground so your eyeball it's too much. Like if you could shave off like 3/4 of an inch of your cheekbone, you could probably get your eyeball down low enough to get a good clear sight though. But
well, since you've given me that specific measurement, hey Abbot, about that deal you had earlier. I'm just playing. I'm not doing that. That's no, thank you. I'm good.
I was gonna say the abbot was also looking for your scalp, not your face.
I'm sure.
And as you were
he'd take face if offered. He does
and
not.
as you
feel
were
like he'd be
on
picky.
the ground, you see kind of on this pre-scripted routine, the guardian coming toward you, and the abbot, who has turned left around this corner, pokes his head back around. It's like, are we still coming? I do ask that we all stay close, especially in the east wing.
But Igor is cute. He is fine.
I whisper under the door, "We'll come back for you," and then I up and away like nothing happened.
And then yes, he turns this corridor to the left and around. Let me read for S14.
My battleship.
Yeah, this kind of foyer area. This room used to be an office, as evidenced by the remains of a desk and a chair, both of which have been smashed to pieces. Hallway to the south leads to a staircase going up, and this dark passage they're asking me to read out loud to y'all is the one you just passed through, so you know what its deal is. And he is leading you upstairs. I believe I cut off Brooke, who was asking a question, though.
Glib comment or joke, but...
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, y'all are going upstairs. Make that visible. Upper fog layer. He walks you up into this room. Where is this? 20. A wooden counter shaped like an L stands at the front of this spacious office. All the other furniture has rotted away, leaving heaps of moldy wood and faded cloth. The abbot steps towards this door, which is right here, and points to a door in the far side of the room. And he says, I will need to have some of my servants fetch beds from that room in there, but there has been some sort of presence that has taken residence in that room in recent years. I do not believe it is safe to enter. So if during your time here you could avoid that room entirely for your own safety.
Which room?
He pointed towards this door here.
Okay.
Okay.
And he walks you out the door on the opposite wall of that, back to this upper curtain wall area that you had been in. And that's essentially would lead us to the end of the tour. There is the cemetery to the north of the monastery, and there are several other rooms you would only be able to access through that door which I showed you and advised you not to enter. So our last stop would just be up here and through this door. As I had mentioned before, we do have other guests staying here. I do not wish to intrude, so I will just knock rather than barge on in, if that is okay with you.
Mhm.
Oh yeah. More than fine.
Yes, and that is where the door is. And he does knock and steps a few paces back to allow you all to kind of crowd up in front of that door. You hear Tegan, I think you hear exactly what it is, unless you're still packed with prestidigitation earmuffs. But the rest of you probably hear just like the disgruntled sounding voice of somebody who is in the middle of something that they didn't want to be interrupted. And a few seconds later, couple stomp, 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 and at the door, let me reveal this area. Opening the door is kind of a beautiful, not young but not quite middle-aged yet woman. She appears to be wearing the same similar garments of a Vistani. And where is my thing? Okay, there it is. Yeah, she looks to be half monster hunter, half background singer of an Aerosmith concert. She has lots of scarves dangling from her. She has a headband. She is clearly armed with several weapons that are on her hip and kind of a bandolier across her chest. Her coat is very fashionable. Lots of cuts and ruffles and pleats and little pinstriping along the seams and what do they call it? I don't know. Fashion design terminology. But yeah, she looks pretty badass. She is limping a little bit, and you notice that her right boot, while it is basically the same shape, like same heel, same vamp, same kind of outward shape, the right boot looks more mechanical, and there's in areas where you could straight up see through it, like there's not a foot inside of that boot. She said, "Oh, I was expecting Cloven. Who are you lot?"
Do we know who Cloven is?
That was a musician.
Cloven.
He's the one playing the music.
Oh, Cloven? Yeah, he's still in the other room, playing Ove.
She kind of pokes her head out and it's like, yes, I could still hear. Can I help you? The abbot expressed to me this place did not really get visitors. Wasn't expecting a knock on my door that was not the mongrelfolk. Can I help you all with something?
Well, I actually think that we might be sharing the room tonight. We are staying for the night, yes? Kind of turning back to the rest.
We haven't decided where we'll be staying tonight. That was entirely directed at Dratari. But also the abbot, and this is directed towards this lady. Have we been told her name yet?
She has not introduced herself to you yet.
The abbot did, because of the anomaly of having multiple guests at the same time, did offer to introduce us to you. I will say that for my part, at least, the abbot is under the impression that we bear some kind of curse or similar malady to one that either you or your companion also dealt with, and I was curious as to whether we could discuss for a bit as to what transpired so that we may better guard ourselves against the threats of this realm.
She kind of gives you a mischievous grin, and she looks to the abbot for a second before looking back at you. It's like, it is beyond me entirely. I will not prevent another visitor of the abbey to come into this room, but if you are waiting for an invitation, you will not get one from me. And she looks back, kind of, you can't really see further into the room as you're all crowded at the door. Is like, is that fine with you, Eddie? And you don't hear a response. And she kind of looks back and squints and kind of shrugs, and then looks back. It's like, new guests, Eddie? Eddie seems to be recovering okay. He's just still, I think, he may need some more rest. And the abbot says, very good. Let me know if you or any of you require anything. I do have duties to attend to here in the abbey before the sun goes down, and before it gets much later, I have preparations to make before my visit with the burgomaster. You can seek for me if you require anything else, or you could ring for Cloven.
Will do. Thank you for your time.
If this lady ends up closing her door on us after not inviting us in, I'm actually going to cast Mage Hand, take out a pair of bows for my viol, and start playing it basically right outside the door, and see how she reacts to someone other than Cloven playing.
Well, she does not close the door on you. She's just kind of with somewhat of a the look on her face is like she is scrutinizing you all, but she also has somewhat of a she's amused. It's like she is taking precautions, but she's also pretty sure the precautions she is taking is not necessary. And again, she is standing there with the door opened, and she says, I will repeat, if you are guests of the Abbey, I will not stop you from coming in this room. I will not invite you in either.
Thank you. And then I cross the threshold.
Yeah.
Does she at any point in time take note of my currently glamored, the current glamour upon my armor, or Stormy's coat design?
I'm imagining both of you are standing with your face to her, and I think the Fuck Strahd Club lettering is on the back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But I also don't know where Dratari is in relation to Tegan, as far as when I turned to address Dratari's comment about staying here. Or for that matter, where the abbot was saying where the abbot was standing when the abbot was saying, I'm taking my leave.
I mean, looking at the map, it looks like
Sorry for my distraction. Brooke, you were asking me a question, and I completely heard you asking it, but didn't take in the.
I imagine that Tegan at least would have turned to watch the abbot walk away, is kind of what I was getting at. I don't know if Stormy would have as well or not, but
You're saying in that you're showing off the back.
Yeah.
Not necessarily deliberately, but
I'm not showing it off, but definitely not hiding it.
Yeah.
And at least since the abbot is where he is on the map, you would have had to show your back to the door to, see the abbot off.
Yeah, so Dratari, Tegan, you're watching the Abbot as he goes, and he's heading this way. Back into this room and then back downstairs. And as you're doing that, two of your party members, Dratari and Manu, just walk right in. And as you turn around to see that happen, there is a look of immense relief slash I fucking knew it, so whatever. When the two of them enter the room, and as you, Tegan, turn around after having shown your back, she's like, "That's some sick threads you got there."
Her idea. Points to Stormy.
Oh, these? And I turn back around. Thumbs to the back.
And she sort of crosses her arms and takes 2 steps backwards away from the door. And she says, well, again, I will not stop you from entering this room. I will not invite you in. It seems like some of your party are already making themselves at home. What will you do?
I'll follow. Zoink.
She gets a little, crooked grin on one corner of her mouth as you walk in, and she's just looking at you, Tegan.
Tegan.
It's like, well, bat ears, I guess that leaves you.
I feel slurred. Anyway, Tegan will actually actively take the shield off, put her staff kind of tied at her back, and will take her, basically what I said before of taking out a pair of bows and taking out her viol. And so, is this something you were wanting or expecting out of Clovis?
Well, I wasn't per se wanting anything out of him. I'd rather be left alone, and I'm doing a little bit of research at the moment. He seems to be, I don't know, perhaps enamored with me. Seems to be asking if I need things at all hours of the day, and what I need is for him leave me alone.
Tegan visibly cringed at the enamored with me thing.
Yeah.
I see you've met him. Quite a musician, beautiful to listen to. Not beautiful to look at and not beautiful to be pursued by.
I'm picturing just like a flashback of like, would you like to hear Wonderwall, milady?
Yeah, and Tegan speaks up. It's like, I'm less concerned about the physical appearance and more concerned about the dark madness that has taken over most of the people in this land, and the character of some of those that we have met, and the probability of how much of that is shared by that individual.
Well, you seem quite interesting to talk to, but I do not perhaps wish to talk across the threshold. I think I will turn around and see what your party members are up to. Again, I will not stop you from entering this room. You will receive no such invitation from me, though. And she turns her back to you and kind of eyes up the rest of your party that has entered.
I will actually follow into the room. I just had no reason to break off conversation.
She turns her head over your shoulder to walk in, and then she grins very widely, and she says, "Ah, well, it's clear to me you're no vampires then. Didn't expect you as much, but forgive me, it's a bit of old habit and superstition. I like to see people walk in without being invited. It's certain reassurances."
Can the abbot?
The abbot's been in here, yes.
Tegan looks directly at Manu and it's like, first of all, he wouldn't have to be and Tegan actually says this, he wouldn't have to be invited in if it's his own place. And we already know, thanks to Jatari, what the abbot is.
Well, I'm not entirely sure what the abbot is or isn't. He seems to be safe and trustworthy host. I do not fear him in any ways, but do not know how much time you've spent with him, but man is quite and utterly off his rocker, yes.
Yeah.
That impression.
Yeah, most definitely. I think being some kind of celestial on a mission who's been mostly cut off from their own deity has, for several centuries, has quite heavily screwed with his mind and is now trying to actually do favors for Strahd in some very twisted ways. So
I just think he's a dick.
I think
in character.
I think he's nuts. He wants to say that all gods have been cut off from this realm, and that means there's no way that our gods, Dratari, myself, and Manu, could not be supplying us with our divine magic as servants to our gods. Like, we wouldn't notice the difference, and that it must be his god who's fulfilling our mystical. No, he's nuts. You weren't healed by your god. It was healed by dark powers of the land. The dude's
I must agree with you about him being complete nuts. And she kind of raises her eyebrows and gives you a sad look and says, "I'm sorry to say, I do have to confirm what he has said. Have you you speak of divine powers? You cast spells and the such, yes?" Have you noticed no visual differences in the spells you cast? And I probably haven't mentioned this as often as I often as I probably should have. But I have mentioned a number of times when people have cast Fog Cloud or when people have cast Mage Hand that they don't look the same. The spells, they don't look the same that you're used to. Mage Hand, if anybody casts it, they're used to it being just like a ghost cartoon Mickey Mouse like glove hand. But here it's like this slightly skeletal, decomposing, fleshy white hand. And Fog Cloud, I think Manu has cast a number of times. It's just supposed to be, thick pea soup cloud. But when Manu casts it, or I think Tegan might also have access to that spell too.
I use I use illusion spells to mimic it on a smaller scale.
I think your minor illusion probably would give the mimic you're expecting it to look, but Manu, who has probably cast that spell before arriving in Barovia, knows that it doesn't look like a cloud made up of vapor skulls, which is kind of like it looks now. So if you, the players, are
Metal?
that sounds unfamiliar to you, it's because I'm not doing a very good job as a DM at describing the visual differences in spells. But that is a thing.
But Stormy's mage hand is still invisible, though, right?
I'm gonna just chalk it all up to Tegan's belief and faith being stronger than her sight. That's my retcon explanation.
Would my spiritual weapon have looked different too?
No, I believe your spiritual weapon looks the way it's supposed to look. Without looking at the spell, I want to say there's like a magical spell effect, like a poof or some sparks that happen when the magical weapon is first summoned. And without making a check, I could just leave it up to your imagination, Stephen, whether or not you would notice that particle effect of summoning your spiritual weapon has changed from, a very golden, white, radiant kind of glow to more of a dark, nasty, stink line smoke kind of puff.
Okay.
And yeah, I'm trying to think I'll just take it as like any smite is basically going to be the same thing then.
Sure.
So what is it that's causing the magic to be different? Like, what's manipulating the magic?
Well, Barovia, as far as I know, it doesn't have, a central lore library. I've been having a hell of a time trying to do my own research. There's things I aim to do during my stay here. But this monastery, it's also woefully lacking in books. But and she points over to kind of a bed that she is occupying. There's several books stacked up, and also several books that are open next to few parchment pages that notes are being taken, written down on. You also see what you would recognize as a Taroka deck, kind of partway through what looks like might be a personal divination. And she says, the Abbey did fortunately have some books that, many of them are vague information. Many of the information that is there will contradict the information in another source. So it's been pulling teeth trying to get a good picture of what is going on. But this much I do know for certain, that these lands and these mists that surround them are more than just a physical phenomenon, more than just a mist that chokes and disorients and potentially kills any who tries to pass through it. It contains these entities that I am certain they predate Strahd himself. But they seem to be the jailers over this land, and they seem to be just about the only presence here when you are lacking for a presence that is divine. The land's gone quite tits up, if you ask me. But I decided to come here for what I hope to be the greatest hunt.
Well,
Wait, willingly?
Yes, I
All right.
have come here with quite an undertaking.
We can only imagine what that might be then.
What would they call
Kind
it?
of like a wink and a nod kind of thing. Like
The most dangerous game?
Mm-hmm. That's the exact impression I get.
and
What
oh,
are you looking for that would allow you to complete this hunt?
Well, I'm a monster hunter, yes. I've fought vampires, yes, wraiths, wights, werewolves. I actually was invited into this town not until after I dealt with some werewolves that live nearby. But this specific hunt is like no other that I have ever completed before, and my quarry is
A
much
vampire
more.
lord that shares a curse with the land he occupies?
So
Tegan
you
leaves
cut
it at that.
you cut what I was wording around. Yes, I am here to hunt the devil that lives at Castle Ravenloft.
so then we are aligned.
I would
Tegan
very
looks
much
over.
like to see it.
Oh, I think we're aligned.
That may or may not continue to be true, though. We've been extended an offer we cannot refuse to go visit him. And given our ratio thus far of falling under and succumbing to his magical influence, Tegan kind of looks towards the rest of her party mates, and then looks kind of apologetically at this Vistani lady, and is like, while we would prefer to be on the same side of the battle as you, I'm afraid that we might end up being forced to be on the side.
Well, no offense, I hope, saying this. Very gratified to be meeting the likes of you. You seem to be adventurers. You seem to be quite capable in the areas of combating monsters. But I am quite a solitary hunter. No offense. I think we perhaps can give aid to each other, but I think she's looking at you, Dratari, specifically. And she says, the more numbers you have with you in a party, at this stage in my hunt, I am doing things very surreptitiously. And stomping around going clank, clank, clank is a very good way to be seen when one wishes to be unseen.
Of course.
At the same time, at what? How should I say this? One person kind of making a racket, it makes another one very easily able to slip through things. You know what I'm referring to.
We can certainly participate in some mutual aid for sure, but if you are going to be a distraction, you are going to be a distraction the fuck over there. You get me?
No, that's easy enough for us to do.
Speaking of which, and I think right before we take a break, because it's right about to be 8:40 here, and I figure 9 o'clock exactly or 11 o'clock for the two of y'all would be a good chance to come back. She does point out into the room, like has been mentioned, there is another inhabitant.
Oh, right.
And she says, Eddie, useless fucking sack of bones, will you get up? And a figure that is in this bed starts to stir. And that is where we'll take a break. Want to come back in 20? So the top of the hour?
Sounds good.
All right.
Also, I have to point out, other Steven. What do you mean? That is still adorable. I'm still not wrong.
Nope.
Anyways.
I love Bloodborne.
See y'all in a bit.
Right?
Bye.
Disembodied. They say this cemetery is a shortcut, though the locals never would. At least not after dark. They talk of ghosts and spirits and screaming banshees of disembodied souls lost in a netherworld between life and the hereafter. Of premature burials, where victims cry out with their final breath. Of the uninvited who stalk these grounds, though if truth be told, it is we who are truly alone. surrounded in every direction by pillars and headstones and tombs. Can you hear the beating of your heart? Feel the hair on your neck stand. What horrible fate befell those who tread this path before us?
The wounds form a definite all over the body, all over the body, all over the body, all over the body, all over the body. The nature of the killing wants to one. Ritual. The nature of the killing wants to one. Ritual. The nature of the killing wants to one. Ritual. The nature of the killing wants to one. Ritual. The wounds form a definite all over the body, all over the body, all over the body, all over the body, all over the body. The nature of the killing wants to one. Ritual. The nature of the killing wants to one. Ritual. The nature of the killing wants to one. Ritual. The nature of the killing wants to one. Ritual.
still got almost 10 minutes. Y'all ready to roleplay a notoriously not trusting party, willfully accepting a new person into their party?
Huh?
I've kept it pretty hush hush, so I don't begrudge you your huh. But you are about to be introduced to a new player character.
Is Chris finally joining us again?
No, you are. I'm gonna refill in a second. No, you are going to, for a very short time, have a player playing two characters, and then the first character of that player is going to leave.
I am curious.
Kind of speaking of, my best friend, I mean, we met over D&D, and once in a while we talk about one another's, what games one another is in, and has been asking me if I would ask you if you need another player. Need or want.
I would possibly deflect that question to the four of y'all in total. Part of me thinks I would do a better job at giving all of my players individual attention if I only had 3 players. So I would be reluctant to be like, yeah, as many more, let's get back up to 7 like I fucking thought I could do in the beginning. And
no, 7, it's too much. It's too much.
Yeah, I'm kind of thankful that one person never showed up and a couple people dropped out. That being said, adding a 5th person I don't think is completely outside of the realm of, I don't think every other player would suffer my diminished attention if we got 1 extra player. I think we could do it, but I do want to defer to consensus among the whole group.
I'm good with bringing in a 5th. I think 5 is the perfect party number.
There was also another one of my friends who did not ask, and I wasn't necessarily planning on offering, but she's having a very hard time, like, feeling isolated And I know she's also like a mom and works full time, so I don't even know if she has time. But I thought about perhaps offering with the fully thinking that she's probably something she didn't have time for. But I didn't even want to offer until first asking y'all about if bringing a fifth player in would perhaps be too much.
Oh no, not at all.
Yeah.
I only came in the last second there, but yeah, let's have a fifth person.
But let's see. Rick, Jake, Reed, Connor, Kevin. Why am I blanking on his name? The most I've ever run a game for at once was 6.
Oh wow.
Didn't have, and that still wasn't at my limit, but at the same time, Kevin and Connor was very much so chaos crew. He didn't speak up often, but good God, when he did, it always fucking punched. Whereas Kevin, he is an extremely quiet background person, and his characters have all always been the same. So it's not like everyone was life of the party, will not shut up, talking over each other type people like, me. But so there was a range of activity levels in that group. We actually played a Vampire the Masquerade Victorian Age. Connor decided to play a vampirized Edgar Allan Poe who had actually faked his death.
That's awesome.
That's fun.
And he did it so perfectly. It was I love that man. Anyway.
We only have a minute left. I could still hear, but I'm gonna refill my water real quick, so I won't be able to talk. I'm also not sure if Scout is back at her desk, but I'll be back in like a second.
By the way, Stephen, is your mic working well? I saw the comments inside at the very end there, so wasn't sure if you just didn't want to talk or yeah.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh no, it was fine.
Okay, cool.
I have. So sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
At least her camera doesn't seem to be dancing around like it was.
It's kind of weird how specific that one is, though. Like the fact that both Agatha and now you have had it, which I guess means that either Brooke, Scout, or I will get it next. Well, speaking of.
Well, yes, but when Agatha had it, it was it was actually having lines of Technicolor disco and break out the rave sticks and whatnot. Steven's here, it's rearranging itself. His image and him in his room are still always there. It's just like the bar at the bottom will become flipped and mirrored, or like it'll get Rubik's cubed is actually what's happening. So it's
digital mosaic garble.
Yes.
Don't worry, Manu. This is just the construct made that's apparently you. This is Frank and Manu. Wait, hang on.
Yeah.
Frank Manustein? Well, like, technically it would be, it's Frankenstein's Manuster. I make no apologies for that. Damn it.
You should though.
So is
Sorry, you got cut off there, Steven. I probably should,
Character there?
but no.
That was my thought.
Yeah, it seems like Dratari is here, but camera off. I'm not sure about
I'm going
Scout.
to involve
I'm here. I'm just eating.
you won't even know it happened.
So is that Dratari's replacement or is that Stormy's replacement?
Wait, who are we referring to?
It's the character that I'm seeing there. It's kind of colorful, so it makes me think it's probably Stormy's replacement.
Oh my god, it's actually a combination of all four of us. My shield, your trident.
You.
And we haven't met Eddie yet, so we don't know what it has with Tegan. And next thing you know, it actually also has, or they have Tegan's ears.
I will say, as this character is stirring before Scout gets back, that Scout is here. Yeah, I could switch off the break music. Yeah, so you had been speaking with Esmeralda Davenier. I don't believe she actually, or I don't believe I role-played her introducing herself by name, but let's just say that she did, and it was my mistake that she didn't. And she has recently motioned over to one of the other occupied beds in this room, and this figure is starting to stir. Scout, would you like to tell everybody what they see?
Yes, give me 1 second, and I will do that. Rising from the bed, you see what appears to be the skeletal remains of a bugbear, about 8 feet tall, or 8.5 feet tall. Very, very long, reaching down past the knees. And this skeleton appears to be wearing, you're not quite sure why you know this, but it appears to be Elvis's Aloha jumpsuit with a mix of Liberace's Neptune-era cape. He has, despite being a skeleton, he does have a thick head of hair, puffed high above his head in sort of a pompadour shape.
So yeah, Esmeralda kind of looks over at this figure, kind of very geriatrically, a lot of clicking and popping in all of the joints and knees and elbows as this character is rising. And Esmeralda says to you all, you'll have to forgive him. It might take him a few seconds to get fully upright. He's had a hell of a few days.
Is he alive?
Paul, should I do everything for this character at this point, or was just the
Yeah,
description?
go for it.
Oh.
You feel free to interact. You're getting up.
Okay.
all your knee joints, and otherwise it's like snap, crackle, pop as you stand up. You got like a real, like your spine is like one of those theme park straws, kind of like, you know how bendy straws have the like accordion section and just the thing, but theme parks have the big ones where it's real thick and the whole straw is like that, and the straw can be that long, but you could pull it apart and it's like double the length. You
like
kind
spin them
of
around and they whistle too.
yeah, you kind of give yourself a stretch, and your spine is like pulling one of those straws apart. I think you were about 8 foot tall while you were reclined, but after that big stretch, you do gain another 6 inches.
Hit that 8.
Cut with a bunch of very sickening. The subtitle would probably use the word squelching in it. It's unpleasant noise for anyone to hear that's ever had bodily discomfort. Yeah, this figure is getting up in front of you. I scarcely know whether to say if you even recognize this figure as a bugbear, because they're kind of like a skeleton face with bits of flesh, still stuck to it. I will say that canonically, in the homebrew world that we started this campaign off in, y'all essentially had TV. So I wouldn't say it was out like US or like world, like Earth worlds television. So I wouldn't say it's outside of the realm of possibilities for you to recognize that's Elvis's Aloha period, and that's Liberace's cape. So a few more astute observers might pick that out specifically.
Once after that spine lengthening crack, he kind of turns towards all of you and, well, begging your pardon, but I figured if I just lay there long enough, 4 of you might end up leaving and I wouldn't have to go to the trouble of introducing myself. But since I have been called for, nice to meet you. And he sticks out a giant bony hand and says, I'm Stuntman Eddie. And he's still got his hand out there. He's waiting for someone to shake it.
Yeah, Dotari basically is the first one to go. Pleased to meet you, Eddie. I am Dotari, and these are my associates.
Dotari. Beautiful name. Nice to make your acquaintance, and nice to meet the rest of y'all too. You got names or what?
Tegan Picaresco.
Tegan Picture? What? Picaresco. That's, well, I don't know where that is from. And who's this, who are you? And he points at Manu.
You're dead. You're kinda dead.
Well, I'm talking,
but I'm Manu.
I don't know if I'm alive or dead. All I know is I keep on trucking. Although I'm not quite sure what a truck is.
Well, I'm Manu, I guess. Yep.
Stuntman Eddie.
Yeah, I heard the first time.
Also, Stuntman. Did I make that sound then, or did you? By asking the question. What? I was asking a Stuntman for what? For what? And you, and then you started playing the song or the riffs.
Well, in another life, I was stuntman of all trades. Whether you want to jump off a building, wrestle with alligators, or my personal favorite, motorcycle stunts. That was my bread and butter back in the day. Although I don't quite remember what day that was. Now that I mention it.
But don't worry, no one does.
And
you've probably heard of me before anyway. My name kind of gets around in these parts. There's not a whole lot of stuntmen in Barovia, and I've been one of the best.
Wait, how long have you been here?
I'm not quite sure. Last I remember, about 3 weeks since I woke up.
And you're
Yeah.
not
Woke up
just
alive or dead?
I woke up as me. I don't know what alive or dead is at this point. I reckon I at some point died. I reckon at some point I came back to life, or at least some portion of it. And Esmeralda here hauled my bag of bones back to the Abbey. Well, let me tell me this, because I can't tend to ramble. You want to hear the short story, or do you want to hear the real story?
Give me that true Hollywood tale.
That's an oxymoron if ever I heard one.
Yeah, so you want to hear Stuntman Eddie's old story of glory. Well, listen, honey, the first thing you've got to understand, no one tells Stuntman Eddie he can't leave somewhere. So when I saw that massive wall of fog around Barovia, it was pretty freaking obvious what I needed to do. I needed to jump that sumbitch. Honey, I revved up old Greasy Gertie, my badass motorbike, by the way, and I took off like a bat out of Barovia, launching this 5-ton hog from hell into the goddamn stratosphere, using every ounce of bugbear baloney I could muster. Like a goddamn peregrine falcon turning through the sky, you shouldn't have seen it. That is until OBS came a calling, and by that I do mean old bastard Strahd, the oversized skeeter. He sends a bolt of lightning down, blowing my ass clear out of the sky, busting up my bike, and causing a complete conversion of old coil from living to dead. Please, you need to truly understand that old stuntman Eddie, I would never spoil a stunt. I never would have spoiled that stunt if that busted up bat boy hadn't resorted to cheating and conniving, interfering with my God-given right to stunt where, why, and when I please. Next thing I know, halfway up through the air, I'm getting zapped back to life. Wind up in the Abbey with Esmeralda here, get my strength back a little so I can hunt that rat bastard down, stake his ass once for all, at least. That's the plan, I reckon, I supposin'.
Dottore then turns back to Esmeralda. You don't want any, big distractions now, do you? Kind of in reference to the larger life personality.
Raises her eyebrow at Eddie and looks a little bit entertained. By the way, Scout, inspiration for that beautiful introduction. It's like, well, you appear to be feeling better. I think in the last 3 days, you've said less words than this to me, but I've seen you horizontal and unconscious most of that time, so are you feeling better?
Oh, I'm used to spending plenty of time horizontal. The life of a stuntman has its ups and downs. Horizontal's just the in-between, isn't it? Sorry, I got so lost in that. I got so lost in that I literally forgot what was questioned of me. What did he say?
No, that was perfect.
If you were feeling better. Which it seems like you answered yes. And she was also going to answer Dratari's inquisition, which was or inquiry, not inquisition, about her preferring to work without distractions. And she's like, this isn't we don't really know each other. I was at a place called Yester Hill, and I was doing some research. I found out about this thing called the Fanes of Barovia. There's these sites, also seem to be old magic ladies. Anyways, not important part of the story. I was at this place. It is called Yester Hill. It is, a bit south from here. And this crazy bugbear you see before you, I hear this ungodly noise, mechanical contraption I have not heard before, and this fellow is straddled on top of whatever the heck this thing was, and ramps off the east side of Yesterhill, attempting to jump the wall of mist to the west. Bolt of lightning come down, struck bike. I, at this point, was in fight with barbarians. I see choking, sputtering coming out of the mist, flesh coming off of bones. Still alive, it seems, but yes, he helped me fight off the barbarians, but they were a bit too much for us, and we had to rush off. I turned around and he was doing something inside of one of those burial mounds. What were you doing down there? I don't care. Anyways, we rushed off from here.
Well, that's a funny
pretty
story.
sure that he died again along the way. So without knowing what else to do, I took him here to Abbey, and Abbot took several days to heal him up, and he's talking like normal, I guess, whatever normal is for a creature such as this.
My jawbone seems to have reattached itself. So, though I'm still working out the kinks, and kind of like the most like horrific cracking, crunching noises of him straightening his leg, too.
Well, for what little consolation it might provide, I'm pretty sure all the barbarians and druids in that area have been quite thoroughly purged, since they were stealing from the local winery, attacking the local winery, and trying to do some kind of messed up ritual to summon something called a winter splinter. And we for various reasons and motivations, we had to put a stop to that with extreme prejudice.
All the barbarians, except for one, Tegan, and you're looking right at him. And he shows his he's got a big ass gold chain around his neck with a bear medallion on it that he holds up to you, which is why you see it. He holds the medallion up and says, "I happen to have swore an oath a long time ago to an old friend to follow the path of the bear and follow the path of my own rage at society. Although I can't quite remember what that means. I know I'm angry at something."
Well, you have at least one target that you could be angry at that. Angry at.
Sorry, angry at what?
Basically just making reference of be angry at Strahd.
Angry at Strahd? I reckon I am.
Yeah, so it looks like the Fuck Strahd Club has increased its numbers by at least 2.
Fuck Strahd Club? Like the sound of that. Is that an official organization you're starting?
It is now. We have our own copyright and everything.
Because I've learned from the past with union dues and stuff, they can really get you now. I reckon that if you're asking me to join this Fuck Strahd Club, we'll have to negotiate a little bit first. But I do like where your heart is. Fuck Strahd.
Fuck Strahd.
Esmeralda kind of squeezes the bridge of her nose. It's like, again, we just met and I helped him here while he was basically dead. Was not expecting him to be anti-union, but here we are.
Just like a big, giant bugbear slap on the back. Like, Esmeralda, you and me go way back. As far as I can remember, in fact.
Yeah, you can only remember last several days, so this is low bar.
Yeah, I've only got about 3 jokes, too, and that's one of the few I remember, so I'm gonna keep using it.
Very well.
Character, then. I like
the
idea that apparently if you can't remember what happened to you, your entire origin story was just made up on the spot, and that makes it so much better.
Well, I do remember bits and pieces of things that were important to me, but as far as a full account of my life on the other side, well, I reckon it's coming back to me in pieces, slowly but surely, but I think that river has long since sailed.
No worries, Eddie, no worries.
love
So,
it.
it's like we're among friends, and I guess there is more matters to discuss in terms of the plan.
There's large portions, I think, given what we know of the abbot, would be probably best not said here. Especially because we have, on occasion, managed to fall off of Strahd's radar. He did not know specifically where we were. But during the couple of hours we happened to be visiting this place, he sends one of his servants to be teleported straight to us with a letter. I am under the impression that both the abbot and Strahd have active eyes and ears within these walls, and given the nature of these individuals, possibly including the literal walls.
And we know for a fact that Sirius, obviously, this is the Sirius connection, you know.
Yeah, to say nothing of the flesh golem connection.
To say nothing of it.
Yeah.
Tegan, you want
kinda-
to keep things hush, hush. Stuntman Eddie bellows. I get ya. Old Stuntman Eddie here, his lips tighter than any, if I had any. Seth Rogen laughs.
Speaking of flesh golems, I really don't mean to offend. But what are you?
Well, obviously, he's a bone golem.
I'm sure Esmeralda takes no offense, as none was meant, but I happen to have no idea what I am, other than a stuntman. Stuntman Eddie.
Well, look at him. He's not a flesh golem. He's a bone golem.
That's a great point. Narrowing it down.
But that being said, then, if we're concerned about that, is there something that we can do in order to, I don't know, make a sanctuary where no one can hear us?
Esmeralda chimes in and she says, well, I'm not sure what you speak of with this Cyrus, but the abbot's quite insane. Has he told you what he plans to do with that young woman he's built?
Yep.
Yes.
Quite insane, I'm very certain. But in league with the devil, I do not believe. A spy for the devil, I do not believe. I believe he is...
I didn't...
Safe is a strong word. Ally is a strong word. But
Yeah.
willing enemy, I do not believe him to be.
He outright admitted to us that his goal is to alleviate the curse of the land. The thing is, he believes that appeasing Strahd is an ideal manner in which to achieve that. So while I would agree that he is not in the service of Strahd, nor is he a spy for Strahd, I do not directly trust either of them on their goals and objectives to align with ours, and I do not want to chance making enemies we would rather not fight.
Well, in that case, since our main concern is eyes and ears, do either you or Manu still have a charge left in order to detect magic? To see if there might be a magical sense of eyes and ears?
I do, but I would also rather not do it here. There are ways I'm just going to outright say it. There's a spell called Magic Aura that can either create a fake magic aura or hide one.
Okay.
So if there is a permanent spying source somewhere that they could just cover with that, I wouldn't be able to detect it. That kind of trickery is Bard 101. Given our background, possibly literally.
I didn't prepare any of that magic today.
No, but it's
I prepared a lot of really supportive kind of magic, and yeah, that's basically it.
yeah. Most of mine is just like more.
I got nothing. So
Yeah,
I can make people laugh. That's about it.
Yeah, my thing here is, aside from magical ways of spying, there's mundane ways of spying, and there's ways to cover and hide it all up, and it's like there's way too many ways to make the investigation checks fail on their end if we try to do it in their home.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe we just leave the home for a little bit. Like maybe we just leave to just outside the courtyard so that we can discuss if we want to, or do we want to move on to something else?
I would definitely like to leave this abbey personally.
I don't know. I kind of want to.
Esmeralda seems like a pretty useful ally, though.
Yeah.
Which seems very rare.
Also, you did cut
And
out
Manu
there.
said, I kind of want to, and I didn't hear after.
Oh, okay.
I kind of want to deal with.
You're
Cut out
cutting
again.
completely
Cut
out.
off again.
Try one more time.
Good feeling.
He's.
Oh my god. No way. Okay. It could not have been more perfectly timed if you did it on purpose, but once again, we only heard the beginning, and then the webcam went crazy.
Sorry.
Is this any better?
So far.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that's fine.
The abbot told us that there was something going on in the other room.
The danger room. Yes.
Yeah,
Right.
Yes.
I'm curious about that, because I mean, what could it possibly be? I mean, why doesn't he just deal with it himself?
I know. Who would just leave dangerous creatures in random places in Barovia?
Okay.
He did say something about not having time to put band-aids on small problems when he's focusing on curing the curse of Strahd. I think what he said was something to the extent of something akin to like a presence or a spirit or something like that had taken up residence in that room specifically. And so to perhaps avoid it.
Oh. I'm not opposed to investigating a little bit.
How do I put this? I'm not opposed to it, but I would rather
I'm also not
not
opposed to avoiding it. Like,
yeah. I'm not opposed to it, but I would also rather not, because we've got a lot to talk about at this point. And if the person whose home it is isn't that worried about it, and it's not actively attacking or pursuing us, and this is what Tegan is saying in character at this point, I would rather we move on, discuss what we need to discuss, and possibly address that invite we got.
And actually, as a side note,
I still think we can forge a more powerful alliance with Esmeralda, because we're gonna need people to fight Strahd like long term.
Yeah.
And so far the only leads we have are that
I think there's a vampire hunter somewhere else in Barovia. I can't remember who it was.
Well, there was that random spirit
I
that.
think I remember. Okay, so this is
Rictavio?
someone else. I don't know if there's some things I've been exposed to about this campaign. And I think this might have been one. So maybe, Paul, can I type to you and see if
talking
this
about Rudolf van Richten? I've mentioned before. I'm looking for him.
Yes, that is exactly who. Von Richten,
yes,
the vampire hunter.
Somebody he used to
somebody
be
who we should
my.
try to recruit.
I'm looking for him. I have not been able to find him. Last I heard,
this is Esmeralda, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Last I heard, he was perhaps sighted in Valaki, but under some sort of disguise. He used to
makes
be
an image of Rictavio, the guy that we know in Valaki he was trying to instruct the burgomaster on how to deal with people killed by the vampires. And Tegan got in the middle of that conversation. So
she looks quizzically at the image you conjure, and she's like, perhaps, as I said, it's he used to be somewhat of a colleague and the mentor to me. We had somewhat of a falling out in years prior. Have not seen him in some time, but last I heard, he had come here to Barovia. He was looking to hunt the big hunt, and I followed suit. Last I heard, he was in Valaki, assuming some disguise. What disguise, I don't know.
So if we can get Esmeralda and Von Richter, that would be huge for any potential Strahd encounters, especially since we have one possibly coming up immediately next, depending on how we want to play this.
I mean, and he quite literally wrote the book on Ravenloft.
Both of them could also tell us a lot more info on Strahd and maybe even answer how he's finding us and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
But in part just because they're both named Rick. Of course, we brought a Rick with us. We wow. Not only
Ricky.
did we do a lose a paladin, gain a paladin. Now we're going to try and lose a Ricky, gain a Ricky. Okay, so.
Anyways.
But
we'll call you Ricky too.
This person was not from Barovia, much like any of us, and traveled with a menagerie of animals and had knowledge of hunting monsters.
You saw an individual matching this description in Valaki?
That's who I'm showing you.
What was
he
doing? What is he still in Valaki?
I don't know why he was staying there, so I don't know why, if or why he would have left.
It was a bunch of months ago, so I wouldn't blame you for not remembering, but it did appear that he was run out of town on his wagon. A few of you were at the church. I'm not sure who among you actually poked your head outside to watch this happening. I think it might have been Manu, but definitely not all. Like, some of you stayed inside the church and didn't watch this happen. So Tegan, you might not have seen this as a character, but as a player, yes, Rictavio did get on his wagon and ride out of there pretty fucking quick.
Did he get his cat before he left?
You're not sure about that.
Poor kitty. Big kitty.
The kitty's going on his own adventure now. We'll get
Okay.
to Strahd and Kitty has already killed him.
It was a big kitty. I don't think we ever actually saw it. We just heard it.
Yes, if I mean to accomplish the goals I've set for myself, I think it behoove me to seek this man out. I've heard of a tower to a bit to the east of here. It's overlooking Lake Bettertalk. I stopped there. I left my wagon there. It seemed like no one was in, and it was pretty locked up tight. I might go back to check again, but I have other stops to make. I might stop in Wallaki. I do not believe I will see any of the Vistani encampments. I'm somewhat of an outsider to these people, but I am seeking the divination skills of Madame Ava. She is one of our people, is meant to be one of the most skilled of diviners, and she
Yes.
might help me seek out some items of power that may assist me in my quest.
The sword and the book. Yeah, we've been to see her already.
You've seen Madame Ava?
Yes.
How did you find her?
We were told where the camp was, and we went there. But I don't understand your question, ma'am.
How was she? How was it that? How do you find her in how was it? What was your impressions of her?
She's quite the showman.
Sunny does the hand thing.
Never met her. This must have happened before me. So.
I mean, she certainly knows how to put on a show, but I think I've seen enough street performances and being one myself, I think I would know the real deal from a bit of a trick. You know, she may have a touch of the gift, but perhaps I should bite my tongue.
Yes, but whether it was a show or actual divinational magics, which I wasn't running detect magic in order to know the difference, but either way, she seemed to at least think she knew where some clues about where those items that this person is looking for were. One of the two was in a small castle guarded by amber giants.
That's probably the Amber Temple.
Yes, that's what we're figuring, but I'm just telling Esmer, like, this is all in character conversation as far as I know. Yes, but I'm mostly just concerned about telling Esmeralda here what Madame Ava said to us, because that's and then actually addressing the person I'm talking about and acknowledging that the person I'm talking about is in the room. Because that is the nature of your question. You just wanted to ask her what she would say, and this is what she said.
I have it written down here.
And then and then yeah.
The tower that you mentioned, is that either something from Berez or Argenvosthalt, or is that something different?
Well, Brez is funny enough a place on my itinerary of sites to visit. But no, this tower, have y'all been by Lake Baratok? Which, no, I believe you have not.
No,
You
we have
went
not.
the
The
left
close-
fork when the right fork would have took you past it.
Yeah, the closest we've been to that is Vallaki itself. Otherwise, we've mostly gone. We came from the east of Vallaki, village of Barovia, and we've been as far west as this, and we've been as far south as that same hill that you went to before. You know where Yester Hill. We haven't been to the Amber Temple, Lake Baratok, or Berez yet. But the Serre Pool where we met Madame Ava was between Barovia and Vallaki.
Well, the encampment I know rather well. I was there when younger. But yes, Madame Ava, I've always heard stories. Very much be intrigued to meet this woman. She is somewhat of a legend among my people.
I don't know if in this universe it's kind of the same idea of like Romani, but Rutari basically asks, he's like, "Oh, are you Romani as well?"
Sorry, so she is
Vistani, to be sure.
Right?
Vistani, to be sure.
Vistani, okay.
It's definitely based off of some,
Yeah.
including some stereotypes.
They
possibly.
had to take the G word out of the book when they reprinted it. It's very
much
unfortunate.
Not surprised at that. It's very in there.
Yep.
There's a reason why it took me a second to go, "Oh yeah, Romani, yeah."
Yep.
And it's also unfortunately that not only or have they unfortunately thrown the G slur into the original printing of the book a number of times, but like also that canonically, like 75% of them are aligned evil servants of Strahd, which is like a little bit like if you're gonna like make a facsimile of a cultural identity, especially one as marginalized, don't also make that facsimile canonically
even
evil.
Disney knew to make them good.
Yeah.
But
with everything else they did wrong, at least they got that part.
I mean, I also want to point out that not only do they serve Strahd, but they do so by being tricksters, shysters, hucksters.
Yeah.
Who use their ability
Fortune-telling.
who use their ability to move back and forth between other communities in order to pull their shuckster, huckster, BS, etc.
So yeah, when anybody's complaining about Wizards of the Coast being Wizards of the Woke, they're just racist.
Yeah, for
yeah,
sure.
That's
What? Pronouns? You mean the thing that makes it incredibly easy to play D&D with, even if you only use binary ones? Like, using pronouns is such an essential part of the game to refer to other characters that why would you not include that?
I love every instance of those people not knowing what pronouns are.
I don't have pronouns.
Because Jesus never introduced himself with pronouns. Skew up the slew of every time Jesus introduced himself. Every single time
I am he/him.
Exactly. It's like there's no pronouns in the Constitution. The first word of the Constitution is we. The one thing
it's like that meme that's been floating around the last couple weeks. It's like back in my day we didn't have pronouns. Oh shit. back in day didn't pronouns.
I refuse to use someone's preferred pronouns. I will only I refuse to use non-binary pronouns. It's like, so what would you use if you didn't know someone's gender? I would refer to them by whatever they seem to be to me. And it's like,
You just said it.
you hear your
Oh, what's the phrase for that? I know that there's a phrase.
Somebody lost their keys.
Cognitive
Oh, did
dissonance?
they?
Yeah. Yeah.
Say that again, but slower.
Cognitive dissonance. Same thing as when you see like the Blue Lives Matter Punisher logo.
Oh yeah.
Where
Well,
it's just
that,
those are
what was
two
that?
competing ideas.
Yep.
Well, not just that, but what was it? The one of the cops on Uvalde got one of his phone had the Punisher logo on it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's super popular amongst police because they apparently have no idea about what the Punisher is about.
Which I think later didn't he actually write a comic of essentially criticizing? It's like, look, you guys should be doing this as a police force. I am able to do this as like my own character, but y'all shouldn't be. Like I think they
Probably, yeah.
made him say that in character of one of the comics. Of like, what the hell are you guys doing?
Yeah, and then they're like, that's just liberal woke washing. The real Punisher would be.
So anyway,
On that note, on that side,
No, I lost connection.
still playing this same character.
Yeah, well, that has been this edition of the woke corner of high fantasy.
The Punisher, the Punisher would technically be known in this universe, as we've kind of established.
as would Kerrigan, which I would most definitely like. Now on this world, vengeance is mine.
But not only that, but now Uvalde is as well. Shit.
Oh no. Yeah, that's putting guns in D&D is where I draw the line.
Never mind that Toril has had guns since like
Yeah.
beta, basic.
And not just that, but the fact that, like, that's part of the artificer class, straight up.
Yeah, literally the first published adventure module was Journey to the Barrier Peaks, where you jump into where you're exploring what you think is a cave system, and what you don't realize is that you're actually exploring a spaceship that crashed into the mountains, and you actually pick up an antimatter rifle inside the barrier. Yeah.
No, see, I won't stand for it. I only play D&D when it's an antimatter sword.
Yeah. There's no ridiculousness in D&D. First published module. Absolutely over
what
the
do you
top.
think? What do you think? There's a car in Final Fantasy?
Is that a gun or a sword?
Yes.
Remember, even in the first Final Fantasy game, they have like robots and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah. And time travel.
Final Fantasy, not mid fantasy.
Not beginning fantasy.
In order to ascend you into your true class, you must bring me the tail of a rat.
Anyways, we're completely off of something.
Yeah, I don't need.
I think
I don't know where we are.
I think Esmeralda is kind of eyes glazing over, not sure anything that y'all are talking about. It's like, so as I said, I have somewhat of an itinerary to get to, but I'd like to know who you are, why you have come to the Abbey, what is your business here and in Ravenloft in general.
To be honest,
Gentlemen, lads and lasses, and those between or beyond such paltry terms, allow me to relate to you the tale we have discovered of ourselves and the land we journey through thus far. And Tegan just info dumps. Like, from arriving, from getting the letter from Avistani, the miss, the wolf fight, everything that happened in the village of Barovia. This is all very, very from Tegan's perspective, but she's going to play it up with a bit of bardic panache.
Really don't skip a beat. They must not call you Lore Bard for nothing.
Boom. And I want to remind you, the DM, you can look at what my actual Discord handle is. It has the word lore right in it, right there. Yeah, I'm doing it. I'm doing my thing. I'm using prestidigitation and thaumaturgy and minor illusion and my instrument, and I'm just gonna. I want to know what your deal is, lady. Like a telemarketer that asked how I'm doing today, I am going to make you regret having asked.
Not to mention, Strahd said that he brought us here himself.
And
that's one hell of a performance. You can give Vistani Campfire run for their money. Seems like you've had hell of a time getting here.
You know what's really funny about that? During the Feast of St. Andrew Festival, I tried to put on a show for the kids, and I just could not find my rhythm at all. But the night that we spent in the Vistani camp, me and their storytellers and their musicians, we all just started jiving, and it was. I really wish I could have repeated that, but for the kids, but it just did not come together. And for those of you that don't remember, when I was rolled my performance check around the campfire at the Vistani camp, nat 20. For the kids in Vallaki, nat 1.
They're just like waiting in line for their faces to be painted, and they're just like, I'm standing here and I'm not going to get out of line, and you're there, so I'm gonna watch you. But I'm picking my nose while you're doing it.
That's pretty much how you narrated it too.
So yeah, the long and short of it, we're trying to find ourselves out of this place as whatever way we can. We lost a friend along the way. It would be great for us to get her back.
Well, I'm afraid to give you bad news and good news. Bad news is I'm afraid to tell you that you are quite helplessly trapped here. For such as yourself, no Vistani blood, traveling through these mists is quite impossible, at least one way. You can come in, but you cannot go out.
Just pointing a finger at Eddie, like the backwards finger.
Yeah, you try to get out of there and he'll blast you too. Look at me.
But we bought these potions.
Sorry, you were saying that kind of quietly, Stephen.
She eyeballs those potions that Manu was showing us. And it's like, where did you get these?
I can't remember the name of the place.
It was a Vistani.
It was just
camp.
a Vistani encampment.
Yeah. Okay, it was a Vistani encampment around a hill where the Dusk Elves are.
Do recall the individual who you procured these from?
One moment.
Oh
please.
God.
And if you don't remember, it's Luvosh.
Luvosh. I might have his name written down, but I have lots of stuff written down.
There's a lot of information in this campaign, and we spend a whole month in between episodes usually. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, some guy named Luvosh.
I won't say that those are definitely unsafe to drink. I will say they will not get you through the mist safely with 100% confidence. You were sold snake oil.
Would it? Never mind. I was gonna say, should I do a taste test?
Oh, I have a couple of questions.
Y'all know the question I want to ask.
One's a little, probably a no. Do you know a guy named Vasily von Holtz?
No, not to my recollection.
Can you remind
You
me who
might
that
want
is?
to
Out of
ask the
character?
Abbey.
Oh no, we were told that guy lives in Barovia. He is not just the Walker's accountant, but the accountant for other people as well. And he had the I think he had the boxes, the crates, placed in the coffin maker's shop. The ones that had the vampires in them. So
Yep.
he's like a thing to deal with. Just for pain and suffering reasons, he's got to go.
I, as Merelda, wouldn't necessarily have a reason to give you this guidance per se, but asking the abbot might be a good course of action for this individual.
Okay, and the second one, uh, would you happen to know? You seem to have been around a bit. Do you know where the Amber Temple is?
I have. I mean, I've been here long ago when I was a young girl, but I've been here less time this time around than you. I've been here just long enough to save this one from yesterday. But the Emperor Temple, it is a place I am familiar with in name, that I've been reading, and she points to this bed that has several books stacked up and some open and some notes being taken. It seems that this is place of ancient power, up in the mountains. It's supposed to be kind of dangerous to get there. I thought perhaps prudent to look to see if I could find more information of this place before I just start going there, because it's potentially many perils faced for nothing gained.
Well, given the clues we were given by Madame Ava, we think that the Sword of Light is there. And we were also told by someone else that that location might be, specifically by one of the Dusk Elves, since they don't like Strahd much at all, that
Understandably, after what he did to them.
that's what we've gathered, but that location might contain information that could be used against Strahd somehow, reveal a weakness or something else that person hoped. That may or may not be varying levels of apocryphal, but
It seems I've already scoured what tomes are available to me here.
Did you find a map of the area?
Unfortunately not, but I know it very well. My old mentor that I mentioned previously, Rudolf van Richten, Dr. van Richten, he has a map in his possession that is pretty detailed. I myself am not much of an artist.
We have a perfectly usable map that we were given. It's got really nice drawings of the mountains and the roads.
Do you show it here?
I don't know what
Yeah, I'm
Esmeralda's
gonna show her that
inside.
shitty little map.
She laughs as if she's been shown a child's drawing after expecting a masterpiece.
I just sheepishly put
I
it
mean,
away.
I suppose most of the landmarks are there. It's not the scale or even
Accurate
particularly accurate, but
placement, or legible, or anything. Are you sure that's the only place you know of that has a map? Like Tegan's just looking at this like this is what we've been dealing with so far. Do you have
luckily
better?
for you all, this valley has a very limited number of roads. There's one road that goes east to west, a couple of branches going off of it, and a couple forks that kind of double back into each other anyways. But it is easy to get turned around or dead within the mist. It is easy to become victim of foul creatures if you go off the road, or even if you are upon it. But getting lost, not biggest risk in this place.
It just helps to categorize and keep track of where things are perspectively to one another. Things like the distances between, say, Berez and the Amber Temple and Valaki and Lake Baratok. That seems to all be more or less on something of a north-south line of each other, the 4 locations I just listed. But it still helps to, when making plans for travel, to actually know what the roadways are ahead of time rather than just say, oh, we'll get there when we get there, and it could be 2 days and it could be 8 days, and it helps to actually settle the itinerary, as it were.
Well, as much as I admire your dedication to detail and setting a plan and getting to it, but as much as you want to pre-plan for knowing all the details and any variables and backup plans, things like this, you realize you've been here some time. Yes, you realize no plan survives contacts with execution.
True, but if you don't make plans, then there's... How do I put this? You don't plan for everything to work out perfectly. You plan to make adjustments in the moment, and you give yourself general options. And it helps, having more information helps you narrow down which general option should be applied to which situation.
And when in all doubt, have big sword.
But she said.
This at least I do have, but the map I cannot help. If we find my mentor, Dr. Van Richten, he possibly has one. Perhaps ask some of the noble families in the area. The
Been there,
burgomaster,
done that.
perhaps, but
Been there, done that. I just ask everyone anymore. No one has one. To be fair, you saying your former mentor probably has one is the first time I've ever heard of anyone having any interest in having a map around here. And that's quite special, and unique. So at least thanks for that.
he has somewhat of a documentarian mind, somewhat of a scientist for making drawings and labels, and
I would
his
love to meet
sketchbooks are lovely to behold.
I would love to meet this man quite so much. It seems we have some shared interests.
Well, like I said, like I was beginning to say, rather, the good news and bad news is you came here from outside of these lands and you're seeking an escape. And I'm afraid to tell you that there is no way to simply walk through these mists if you're not a Vistani. However, my hunt, at its conclusion, I believe will get rid of these mists entirely.
And that is what we've been relying on the whole time. So, to be quite honest, we were talking
I'm
about
interested.
eating each other, but if you scratch our back, we scratch yours. And at this point, I think we can all agree that once a certain someone is out of the way, we can at least walk out of here. We can at least walk out of here.
It seems to me our goals are somewhat aligned. As I said before, it's not in my nature to be taken on ones at my heels.
Like I said,
I have somewhat of an itinerary. I have some more studying to do here before I leave again. Perhaps just one more evening or so. I will be traveling east. I will be going by Lake Baratok once more to see if Dr. Van Richten has taken up sanctuary in the old abandoned tower there. I will also be stopping by Berez. It seems like there is a site that several of these books mentions as a sacred site. There are 3 of such places in Valley that I seek to know more about. I think they are keys to knocking Strahd down to a height that is more easy to reach his neck with a sword from.
Are you talking about the witch that they refer to as Strahd Mother being in Berez, or are you talking about near Berez where the former paladin order of Argon Vostholt?
It seems to be inside of what is now a dead village, I suppose. Yes, I've heard of this Baba something or other that skulks around there. I was hoping to kind of be in and out. I had already inspected another one of such sites at Yesterhill when I met our Eddie over there. Got into a bit of a fight and wasn't able to go back. I don't think I'll be going back there for some time until I could learn a bit more about what I'm looking for. But in the meantime, yes, in Berez, I will be making a stop there. And I believe there is an old windmill further east from there that I will also be making stop at.
Yeah, the standing stones by the windmill, much like how I said Yesterhill, we cleared it out after you had gone there. There were some very nasty, fiendish hag creatures living in the windmill, but they're gone now, so it should be pretty safe for you to visit that place. You're welcome again. And
excellent. Grand, thanks.
the one in Berez, just because of the presence of that creature, and we know her to be quite dangerous, or how do I put this? We don't know that she's quite dangerous, but we've been given plenty of reason to believe that. Our current plan is to get in and get the things we want from the area without her ever knowing that any of us were nearby.
Being said, if you want to kill her, more power to you.
Yeah, definitely.
Although, like I said, teaming up always be fun.
That said, Manu, just on the off chance, I know you've cast Sending previously. Could you try to cast Sending to Rictavio in order to ask him if he is this Van Richten fellow of hers, where he's gone now?
Yeah, I can do that. I'm actually glad you thought of it because I have it ready. I can do it right now. I didn't think about it.
Neither did I until I started clapping. Like, anytime you see me start making wild facial expressions, you know something that should have occurred sooner just did. Yeah.
But yeah, if you wanna meet up, probably with your mentor, I could message Rictavio, and if he is your whoever von Richto guy, then then we can ask where we can meet up, and yeah, and we got to go to Berez, so we can go to Berez first, and maybe
We might want to beeline our path to the summons that we received, unless we really want to risk pissing him off and having all kinds of crap sent at us.
yeah, there's that too.
I guess that's all going back to the thing that I've been for a bit of what like time is it in universe? Like, is this still early afternoon, night?
It's starting to get to late afternoon or early evening. As much as the sun never comes out from the overcast at all, it is starting to be in a lower spot in the horizon, and it is feeling closer to dusk.
There's I guess there's
no matter
trying to beeline it at this current time. We at least still have a little bit to come up with a plan. Even someone like Strahd should understand that roads are not safe at night, period. So I think we'll at least have a little bit of leeway to get there, if we leave in the morning.
Well, it's not a one-day journey, so no matter what, it's going to take us some time to get there. It's.
I'm trying to imagine how Tegan would feel if the cloud cover actually did disperse and saw that it wasn't 3 suns, 3 moons.
What?
Because that's also part of the where we come from on the Queen Coast. We have 3 suns and 3 moons.
Do
so,
yeah, depending on the day, it might
that.
only look like 1 or 2 suns. And depending on the night, you might only see 2 of the moons. But yeah, that's in the world lore document.
Man, reading that just
Sunny has
feels...
actually heard that the moons are fake.
And I also looked up my original document that I sent to you about Tegan. I didn't use Rashman's triumvirate deities as my inspiration. I used the actual Finnish deities that Meliki was stolen from.
Oh yeah, but do you want me to like magically contact him? I can do it like right now, and I don't even have to move.
Yeah.
I mean, the day is already winding down, so
let's
might as
workshop
well.
for a second what you think you might say. This Dr. Van Richten is quite a recluse. He is quite easily irritated. He does not take invasions into his privacy kindly. If this is just a guy named Rectavio, then who cares? If this is my master, if this is my mentor, he might not be pleased at having a voice in his ear. It might feel intrusive. He is a man who does do best to keep himself a little bit private. I'm just curious what you think you might say to him.
Hello, Dad.
I would start off by saying that it's the turtle from Valaki. He would probably know exactly who I mean, and then I would just ask him if his real name is Von Richten.
He winces a little bit at that, and she says, "No, he's somewhat famed, not only in these lands, Barovia, but in in several of the dark realms he has traveled through and made a name for himself. I happen to know that Strahd knows Van Richten, and he does know that he is here. I think Van Richten is trying to keep as low of a profile as possible. Calling him out by name may not be the way. I might be an inn. Yes, you say, oh, Rictavio, the man I met in Valaki, this is the turtle you met. I happen to be with someone named Esmeralda Davenir, and
1, 2, 3, 4,
Yeah.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 6 more words to grow on.
I was gonna say, I would, yeah, Shatari. Wouldn't it just be so much simpler to say this message is from Esmeralda? Go. So that way you have
and
more.
she would like to see you, would be the last 6 words.
Well, if so, where can she meet you is part of what was already like. Tegan actually takes out a page and writes out this message and actually counts up the words for the sake of the sending spell. What I typed in the little voice chat message thing, Tegan writes that on a piece of paper and says 6 words to grow on with that, and passes it to Esmeralda.
Yeah, she did say that he's famed. So we'll take out the "Are you Von Richten?" We can save that for when we're in person. That way.
Are you the person she'd be looking for?
Whoa, hey, whoa! It's your boy Turtle. That doesn't come out right.
Wait, no, sorry. I was trying to think of the portmanteau of like it's your boy and then having it be turtle.
Hyphenated
Turtle.
like that, it just sounds like it's your boy Turtle.
And yeah, I just realized I just typed in turtle as opposed to boy turtle. which is what I was trying to go with. But anyways, thank you. Thank you, Scout. That's what I was looking for.
There, that seems to the point and uses enough words.
Or I don't know how sending works, so should it be better to say like, let's meet it blank at blank?
Hey, I would also want to include the question of not just can we meet somewhere, but also like include it as an ask of if he knows this Esmeralda, possibly without completely asking. Like, would you, if you would be the person she's looking for, would it be possible to meet, or something along those lines, where it's,
I know it's not the right word, but we are with your Padawan Esmeralda. But something to that effect of we're with your student Esmeralda.
we don't know if Rictavio is Van Richten, and that's part of what we're trying to find out.
But that's what I'm saying. If you say it like that, then he says, I don't have a student Esmeralda. Who are you talking about?
But he doesn't have a student. She's a former student.
Yeah, then former student Esmeralda.
And that could mean anything.
But that's what I mean. If he doesn't know what we're talking about, then ergo Proctor Hawk on that.
You just hear him say, unsubscribe.
Actually, instead of can we meet somewhere, if you have a tower in Barovia, can we meet there soon? It's his tower that she wants to go check out, that she left her card at.
Let's meet at your tower soon.
Well, it's no one's tower. It just looked to be the type of haunt that's my old colleague Van Richten would haunt.
Well, if you have a place that he might be, maybe.
Oh crap! If he has that ring, that will really screw us.
Maybe what we can do is we can deal with our thing, and you can go and look at this tower, and then after, if we survive our thing, I can send you a message and see if you've found who you're looking for.
Actually, that's a good question. Esmeralda, before we start wasting substantiative magics trying to ask him this question, there are magics like non-detection and magical items based on the spell non-detection that prevent a person from you can't read their mind, but you also can't send messages into their mind. You said he wouldn't like this kind of thing being sent to him. Does he keep himself protected and warded in such ways to make it impossible that you know of?
This a good question. I can't say that I know the answer. I'm pretty good with this and that. And I do know some magics, but the divination, the sending message, these things, they're not my wheelhouse. This is not how I would be able to get in touch. Is he protected from such things? I am almost certain he carries a trinket which protects him from scry. Otherwise, I do not know.
Like Tegan actually says that would do it as she says it.
So I just realized, isn't we were talking about earlier about how he keeps seeing us and like, wouldn't that be it? Crying, I mean.
How Rictavio keeps seeing us, or
I meant more Strahd, but yeah.
You think he's
That's one extremely popularly used method, Dratari, but it's in this place. I don't want to count on the concept that those who have enmity towards us are restricted to means and methods that we are familiar with.
Fair enough.
I don't know that they have anything else. I don't know if they can even use as much as we do know, or if they just have animal spies everywhere, or I don't know, and I don't want to take unnecessary chances.
it's an interesting thought, though. Can anybody cast spells that could see something like that?
I've been trying through my stuff, but yeah. Unfortunately,
yeah.
at the moment, a lot of mine is more like combat heavy.
Yeah, mine are either combat or utilitarian stuff.
And I don't have any arcane eye or scry or anything like that yet either.
Yeah, that's not something a cleric comes equipped with. Like, they don't get like see invisibility or anything.
I mean, scrying I think is a 5th level spell, so I wouldn't have it till typically 9th level, but because I have a 1 level dip, I won't have it until character level 10, which we'll see if I even hit that within the boundary of Barovia. But
with that being like a really good thought, I could maybe cast augury to see if the results give me something that could indicate that sometimes we're being watched and we don't know it.
augury
Or if
is
we're
for your
constantly.
decision making.
Oh, is it? Oh, right, it is for decision making.
I'm going to do this. Is it a good idea? That's augury.
Oh, nuts.
We're going to discuss about our plans. Is this a good idea?
I guess we're just gonna have to live with perpetual paranoia.
Yeah, that's Barovia for you. But yes, that said, Manu, if we don't know that he does or doesn't have such protections, we might as well try it.
Yeah, I can do it a couple times. So if it doesn't work this time, then we at least know, and I still have something that powerful to use.
And all we get afterwards is new thought. Who this?
So yeah, I'll do I'll cast sending, and I'll say what I have typed there. Rictavio, it's the turtle from Valaki. I won't say we're with Esmeralda. I'll just ask, can we meet somewhere?
You won't say you're with Esmeralda?
No, but I'll ask if we can meet somewhere.
Why not mention Esmeralda?
Yeah.
Didn't she mention that they
had a falling out?
Yeah, they kind of had a falling out. I don't.
It's that. Okay.
I don't want to be like, hey, we're with Esmeralda, and he's like, I was gonna say yes.
Hey,
Yeah.
with your ex, wanna chill?
Yeah. I mean, at the very least, he doesn't have a negative opinion of Manu. Given the way that I helped him out with the burgomaster and settled it, essentially resolving it in favor of Rictavio, he ought to have a semi-decent opinion of Tegan. Yeah, I mean it's not a bad idea.
After a moment, you do hear a response. It's like, well, hey fella, I'm kind of in the thick of it. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm kind of in it. And it cuts off.
So I have good news and bad news. The good news is it worked. The bad news is he said, and I quote, "I'm in the thick of it," and that was it. So that doesn't sound entirely good.
Try to send another thing, and we can try to get over to him if he's near enough.
Just simply put, where are you?
And an offer of help if we can provide it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll use my other third level slot and do another sending and just kind of quickly say, "Where are you? We could help."
A couple seconds later, you hear in response, like, listen, friend, it's I can't. You need to stop contacting me. And that's it.
Oh no. Well,
we have Esmeralda. If you want to see
Just
her
tapped.
alive.
oh, sorry, Mom.
It is impossible for me to see a claymation penguin without thinking the swiggity swiggity give me that booty gif.
Yep. So, all this being said, then, what's a plan? I think. Yep, there you go. I
Well,
think dinner
it
plans
didn't seem
down.
like your contact was who I'm looking for, so I'll still likely be traveling east soon.
Okay.
Fair enough. And did we want to meet up by the sound of it? You're going to Babria Saga first, yes?
Well, I was going to Brez, yes. It's not planning on doing any battles with witches per se, but there is a site there that I am intrigued to learn more about. I think there are these 3 sites in Barovia that there may be some power there that if power is stored, it's perhaps could be power lost for Strahd.
Well,
How do you mean?
Well, I suppose I don't really know how. I mean, it's in these readings. I'm getting mixed messages and conflicting reports. It says Fanes of Barovia. Some sources list locations, but other sources list 3 women. The women, spiritual, powerful, magical women who used to live in this valley long ago. But other sources debunking this claim, saying is no such past. There is truth there. What the truth is, I do not know what it is, but I think there are places of magic that have been corrupted. And I think the corruption that is taken place in these magically powerful locations in this valley has granted Strahd some extra power. I've fought many vampires, some a bigger challenge than others, but this von Zervich, he is known outside of these lands. There are many monster hunters that go in and out of many realms in the Shadowfell, but the ones who plan to take this hunt down are either braggadocio or soon to be dead. I hope to be neither of these two. So I do due diligence in learning what it is I face. These sites, they may be nothing. These sites, they may be something, but I do not have a way to do anything with them. But possibly these places are a place that I can go to and interact with. If I could just learn the thing to do to restore these places to their former. I am talking a bunch of guesswork. I've only seen one of these sites. The other two I have not even found yet. The other sites, I didn't know what to do there. But just call it hunch.
If
Are you able to cast powerful area blessings like the Hallow spell?
She answers immediately, and I'm searching for her character sheet. What room are you in? 2019. Esmeralda Davenier. Can she cast powerful what?
I'm asking if she can cast the Hallow spell. It's a 5th level cleric spell.
No, I do not have slots above 4th level, unfortunately.
I see you are also someone familiar with Hidani Adventuring Academy and the textbooks written by Wizards of the Coast.
What?
Spells of 4th and 5th level. Anyway,
Yeah, I can protect from evil and good, but as far as restoring good to a place that has been corrupted from evil, I do not so much have the means for that.
Oh, you mentioned something about 3 powerful women.
Yes, in my research, I've been trying to find out more about these fanes of Barovia. Some sources say they are locations. It seems I have narrowed them down to this Yesterhill, another in Brez, and another at a windmill to the east. But other sources also say the fanes are not places; they are people, magic ladies.
Yeah, if it's people you're looking for, then I mean it might just be like it might be nothing, but I would imagine Baba Lysaga is like she's a witch and she lives in a hut on chicken legs, they said. There's Madame Eva. We met with her. She's a good fortune teller. I don't know how strong she is with magic, but I would imagine like she's in a place of prominence among her people. And I don't know if this might be a thing, but there's Fiona Wachter in Vallaki. We don't know what kind of magic stuff she's up to, but she was up to some magic stuff in her house. But like they're 3 prominent female figures in Barovia that seem like they know magic.
Or it could be as simple as looking into the fanes and finding something about 3 powerful women associated with it, and the fact that the site next to the old windmill was more or less being guarded by the trio of hag fiend ladies.
Yeah, in hindsight, if we were at least a little nicer to them at first, we could have asked, and then we could have killed them.
I can understand why you'd think that, but at the time we had the divine sense of them being fiends, and one of us decided to take action immediately, and I'm not sure I disagree with that at all.
Yeah. They were baking kids into pies. I'm okay with what we did.
Hindsight, definitely. I was just referring to the decision-making process that led to that hindsight. But yes, in hindsight, we did absolutely make all the right choices there.
But anyways, all this to be said, it wouldn't be a bad idea to meet up with you again, Esmeralda, in you said it before, but brain's only just coming up there. Sagas.
What is it?
Brez.
Oh. Agatha, you still there?
Said still here, just mic and camera off for a moment.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Anyway,
And actually, one last question, just for like the general group at this point. Do you want to stay here, or do we want to go to back at the Burgermeister for dinner? Since I was still on the table, we kind of need to make it in nowish because it's like getting.
Yeah, it'll take the time to get back there, and I personally have to agree with the Burgermaster that this place is creepy and not to be stayed at. And I would rather take the Burgermaster up on his offer than the Abbot.
Yeah, the Burgermaster might also.
What was that?
The Burgermaster might also have more information on the Amber Temple. I don't know if the Abbot would. I don't think we asked the Abbot about it yet.
And
I was debating telling the Abbot about the temple because he's looking for stuff that can heal the land, and we're told that the Amber Temple might contain information about some of Strahd's sources of power. I kind of debated saying something about that to the Abbot.
He's kind of crazy,
I decided,
though.
everything we've heard is too unreliable, and B, I just don't trust that fucker enough to be sharing info with him. I'm sorry, but I must heal the land, and so I'm going to chop up body parts and stitch them together to make a flesh golem.
Yeah, I don't.
By the way, you have a lovely face. May I have it?
Yeah, that did not I'd already decided I did not like the fucker or trust the fucker in any way, shape, or form before that point, but it did not help.
You know, part of me was still thinking from like a role playing position. Like, what would have happened if you actually said yes? Sure, have a face.
The sad thing is, I've played characters that would have responded to that with, "Do you know the regen spell?"
Yeah.
And actually would have considered just dealing with the pain of it in order to get what they wanted, but Tegan is so not that.
Lenny's not about to do that either.
But anyways, all this to say, is there anything more we want to talk to Esmeralda about other than just saying, hey, in that case, since you'll be there, let's meet up at Burlesque in, what was it, 1 day's time, 2 days time?
Our next goal might be Strahd, and we might not want to take detours on that. We haven't decided that yet, but Esmeralda has said that she had a cart at the tower that's just off the lake. And I hate to put out my allies like this, but if ever we do really need to get a hold of her and meet up with her, apparently sending is a thing. So it's easier to have a sending sent and say, let's meet in the middle, than have one side or the other go the whole length.
Fair enough.
Yes, as I said, in 1 or 2 days' time, I'm likely to start traveling east, and I've laid out my loose itinerary that I plan on sticking to. Probably go to the tower, see if my mentor is there, stop by Berez. I may look into Valaki since I heard Van Richten was in disguise there. I am also likely to go to this windmill and after that seek out Madame Ava.
All right. We should definitely keep in touch.
Yeah.
And just like extend a handshake of, nice meeting you, kind of thing. Like, this has been helpful, but we all need to get going back down to the town below.
And she kind of holds up a hand before any of y'all are ready to leave. And she looks over at her companion. And she's like, well, Eddie, in the 3 conversations we've had so far, you've been worried about being in my hair, and that I have not reassured you that I'm into it. So these folks seem to be very up with their fuck Strahd. I think out of the 3 conversations, that is another statement I've heard you say each time. I don't know if these folks are amenable to having you, but they seem to want my services, and I cannot offer. Will you be getting out of my hair and into theirs?
Well, Stuntman Eddie offers his services to anyone willing to stick it to that bloodsucker.
Of course. Into the club. And again, reach out a hand again.
A big old bugbear claw handshakes around you. It's like around your whole hand, your whole forearm.
Yeah. Oh, I can't remember what I'm thinking of, but yeah, it's just like the whole right here kind of thing.
Yeah.
If it was a Hanna-Barbera cartoon, you would shake the hand and the whole body gets lifted up off the...
I'm much not used to other people doing that to me.
Yeah, so I heard tell that we're heading off to dinner. Is that true?
Yes. And it looks like you'll need it. You're all skin and bone. Well, kind of.
Well, I don't actually eat much anymore, but I do like the good conversation that comes with it. So if you don't mind, I'd love to accompany you.
Of course. And also kind of with the connotation of, hey, while we're doing the switchbacks down, we can also discuss our party needs.
Yeah.
On the way back down, there'll be less prying eyes.
They're watching you. Sorry.
So am I to take it that y'all are... come on, Eddie. Goodbye, Esmeralda. Let's get the fuck out of here before the Abbot or any of the mongrel folk say anything to us or ask us how long we're staying? Or are you taking your time leaving and, responding to anybody who sees you on the way out?
Saying goodbye to each individual mongrel
on
the way out.
Although on top of that, I would like
and
to
a kiss for you, and a kiss for you, and a kiss for you.
Yeah, have fun kissing the spider-faced one.
Which one?
And a kiss for Igor.
Yeah, Cyrus did.
Goodbye, Sirius. We'll miss you the most of all.
No, we won't.
You and your duck
Although-
foot.
On a more
Man,
serious note,
I
did
was
we wanna
so
wait up?
disappointed. Hearing that thing coming down the stairs, I was so hoping it was like going to be a penguin with a peg leg, mongrel folk, but no.
Although,
I've
as
never heard of
we
that
actually
before.
want
No,
to wait
it's
up for
just
Abbott to
Strahd's
get those.
Igor.
What? Sorry.
It's just Strahd's Igor.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
Oh, wait, Strahd's Igor,
Yeah,
not even our Igor. Damn.
Yeah, I feel like you threw in some point of like the whiny like master.
But that being said, did we want to wait
I
up?
brought the leg. Sorry, go
Did
ahead.
Did we want to wait up for the Abbot just to get those the holy water and the incense we were asking for earlier?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, for your sensor.
Yeah.
And I also did want to ask the abbot a question.
All right. In that case, after we smooch all of the mongrels and everyone, then we
Alright.
ask the Abbot.
I'll blow kisses to him. It'll be fine.
And I kiss for you, and I kiss for you. Hang on, BRB. But yeah, I just need to use the bathroom. But yeah, if you don't mind picking up from there for asking for the gear and whatever the question was that you're gonna ask.
Yep, I'm all for it.
Yeah, and we can fast forward it a little bit. We don't have to role play moving all your tokens around. I imagine you're going down to the main hall, that first room you went on your tour where you first met Vasilka, which is likely where the abbot would have returned to. Where are my buttons? And of course, making the upper floor go away made Eddie go away. Did it? Yes, it did. There you are. Where'd you go? There you are. I bet you it did that thing. I can't find it because it's way the fuck elsewhere on the map. Because moving it from one folder to folder. Oh no, it's there. It did move it a little bit, but there you are, Eddie. Okay, so yeah, y'all are heading. I don't know why I'm bothering to move all this. It doesn't matter. Y'all are asking for incense, and I think Manu had a specific question. I don't remember what else you're asking for of the abbot.
Tratari wanted holy water.
Yeah, holy water and incense. Those were our two item asks, and I remember. I believe he said that he could remove what happened to us.
But for the price of Stormy's scalp and Deegan's face, so
I don't think that was I don't think that was the price. He just kind of creepily asked that in his weird Sweeney Todd way.
Yes, I can provide you lovely individuals with holy water for 25 gold piece a flask. I am also able to provide incense if you just tell me how much you would like.
I don't know. We'll say like 4 uses for my sensor.
This is a
If I have
fine
the money.
instrument of. This is a fine instrument of the Morning Lord. Yes, I can give you enough to burn 4 times for 20 gold piece.
Ooh Man, okay, make it 2.
10 gold piece then, my child.
Alright, I can do 10.
And forgive me, there was a question among you. I think it was about removing these dark gifts that have been placed upon you. I had offered your face and your scalp. Of course, I would not need the entirety of either, and what I do take, I can replace quite easily. But you happen to have features that I believe could bring Vasilka closer to her potential form.
But that was just for like Tegan and Stormy, like their body parts.
Yes, this one's red scalp. I could use perhaps 35% of it. And this enchanting figure before me, I think I could use your nose and cheeks.
Well, I don't know if Tegan wants to get rid of what she's got, but I want to get rid of what I got.
Well, and forgive me, it was an offer I saw something I needed, and forgive me if asking was invasive. I do have another Vasilka-related need that you may be able to fill. There is a dress that I require, a wedding gown. The Valley of Barovia is not known for its tailors and dressmakers. It would be some of the more noble families that would have been able to afford such a thing, and to my knowledge, the Valley has not had an advanced clothier in quite some time, so any such a garment would have to be quite old. I happen to know of a specific dress that fits the bill. A one sister of Father Petrovich in the Church of St. Andrew in Valaki. His sister, I believe, was wedded to the burgomaster, Vargas. The dress was something of quite renown. That I, as such, am not taken with material goods, but with my vision for Vasilka, for her to reach the aesthetic potential of her creation, to be able to really sell that this is Strahd's long lost love, a wedding gown of some import is to be required. And one Lydia Petrovich, I believe, has one. If you could perhaps... I do not wish you to take sword to her or by any means coerce her, but if you were able to procure this item from her, I can offer services. I can give you the benefit of this healing touch. A greater restoration from me to any of you, or a true resurrect dead. I will do any of these things 3 times for you if you should bring me this dress, or just a few body parts from the 2 of you.
I have some news about Valaki that I guess you don't know.
The house is fine.
The house was fine while we were in it, but
Look, we can still look. There's hope.
you can still look. But I still want this guy to know that sir, that burgomaster is no longer in charge. The new burgomaster is probably Lady Fiona Wachter.
Which makes it a really easy ask. We can just walk in and get it. I'm sure he doesn't live there anymore.
Yes, the house is still inflamed.
He probably doesn't live anywhere anymore. Anyway, the point is that he is almost definitely dead. His son tried to escape via magical means that were very, very botched, and he is most likely very, very dead. And we're not sure what became of her or their house after we left in a massive hurry, but the people of the town were setting fires to various buildings, especially any that had to do with the previous administration. It was a very fiery and violent revolution. So, like my comrade was saying, we may well pass through and check since it is pretty much directly on our way. It is entirely probable that we will stop by and check. But I do want to make sure that you know up front that there is a fairly high likelihood that the dress you're specifically asking about may be partly or wholly ashes at this juncture in time.
He has a look on his face that looks like grief. Probably there's probably a moment where you imagine that this is a saintly person that is grieving the loss of life and destruction of people's homes.
Yeah, he was.
And it's not until he says, "Oh dear, my vision. Where am I to procure a dress if this one is gone? Ah, well, through the Morning Lord's guidance, we persevere."
Well, there's still a
yes,
chance.
if you shall go through and
but
check.
If
if you are interested in me lifting these dark curses from you and are not able to find this garment I desire, well, there is always the other thing.
Yeah. No.
One of us can mend very, very well.
That would be me, but I can't mend ashes. Every time I cast it, it mends one break. That ashes I can't do anything with. I was trying to learn how to do the mass production magic spells, but I never had any aptitude with them.
Oh, well, we can discuss this hopefully at another time. I have another idea that work well for this moment, but we'll see what happens.
Okay, we can talk about all that on the road. We had a prior agreement with the burgomaster that we would meet him for dinner. So we're going to head out now, and we may be back sometime soon, but probably not. We decided to just go ahead and cede that room for Esmeralda. She seems to value her privacy. And we're just going to take the burgomaster up on his offer. And then we'll probably be heading out in the morning. And hey, if we find your dress, we'll let you know.
Ah, well, how fortuitous. It appears that we are making a farewell. But as I have mentioned earlier, just moments from now, we will be walking in the same direction. You do not need to wait for me. I will not be long. But if you would like company on the walk down, I would be glad to walk with you. I very much looking forward to my meeting with Dimitri.
Well, we already have extra company with Bone Man, Stuntman, Eddie.
Hey, Abbot, I'm gonna head out with them if that's all right with you.
Oh, on your feet already. You are quite perished. I am... Well, through the Morning Lord, all things are possible. But this is good news. I'm very glad to see you feeling yourself. Yep. He kind of says in a question.
Oh well, yep. That high mighty Morning Lord took all my meat and left me metatarsals, but still walking.
Ah, well, if it is longer than a brief visit with Dimitri, I'm sure to be seeing you shortly.
I would actually like to stay and walk with the abbot down to the burger's place.
And you tell him as such?
Yeah, I tell him I'll stick around and.
Oh, my child, I'm delighted. Would just mean I need perhaps 5 minutes to gather my supplies.
I guess we'll leave a spot open for you, Mommy? Or
yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
And I was thinking that we'd probably end it here. That way I could think up questions to ask him for the walk.
No worries.
Yeah. That's a good spot to end. It is 11, which means it's 1.
Mm-hmm. 108.
All right.
So Stephen II, kind of did hear part of the conversation twixt myself and Agatha earlier at break, but Agatha has a friend that they were considering inviting in, and my best friend was also asking if he could be invited in. And Agatha said that whether or not we invited fifth player, much less any kind of concept of a sixth, in, it would have to be run by the group. So I told my friend I would ask. This is me asking.
Yeah, because mainly, sorry to cut you off, Brooke, but to Chops, that yes, I think I can run 6 players and still be able to not be too frazzle-brained and give everybody like a good amount of attention. Maybe that's hubris on my part, because even with 4 of y'all, I feel like I don't give each one of you enough dedicated attention. So I'm not going to say, no, I can't do it, or yes, I want to do it. I'll leave the prospect of a 5th player up to the 4 of y'all's consensus on, regardless of, I appreciate y'all give me a lot of credit and grace as a DM. I know y'all enjoy coming and playing this game. I don't necessarily get it, but an extra player would be me dividing my attention, times 5 people, between 5 people instead of 4. So I feel like whether or not y'all are up to it is up to the 4 of y'all.
Yeah, no, as I said earlier, more the merrier for me.
That being said, I probably would be asking myself and not y'all whether or not I'm able to do a 6th. Rather, rephrased, if I decided I was able to do a 6th, I would still ask y'all about getting a 6th player, but I'm not going to ask y'all about getting a 6th player. Obviously, until after we would have a 5th, and B, until after I talked myself into thinking I could.
See how 5 goes, maybe.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, I'm cool with 5.
Yeah, I'm cool with it. I think the only thing I would want to watch out for is like making maybe just sometimes like things like in campaigns I've done like it's like, okay, like what's the morning routine while you're on the road? And that can be a little strenuous with the more people you do, and it's not moving things forward sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
So I would just ask that you be cognizant of stuff like that, and other than that, yeah, I'd be fine with it.
Yeah, and I am still trying to find the right balance of like allowing y'all to role play everything, and that somehow turning into forcing y'all to role play everything, and everything takes forever, and it takes 3 sessions to get 1 game night's worth of things accomplished. And I feel like that is often my fault, and sometimes I try to overcorrect the other way and like not allow y'all to do any role play. Like I feel like at the beginning of the last game I was like, can y'all just tell me what you want and I tell you find it and how much you find it for? I did enjoy role playing the shopping scene. I don't regret that was the decision you make, but I tried to offer like, okay, with it, like we don't need to role play this whole motion, we could just get to it. And I also do feel like things like what Scout was just saying, because of how my brain works, that is a potential pitfall that if I wasn't careful I could easily fall into, of just like, well, there's 5 of you now and I need to know in detail like what all 5 of yours like, I need you to tell me that you spin around 5 times in a circle before you lay down in bed because you're half dog or whatever, and like going through with everybody.
I will add on another thing to this is, I think it was actually just before the last session, I had a moment where the only people on chat were Scout and I made sure, because my little anxieties are what they are, I kind of talked to her about apologizing for the fact that I am the bard and I am the high charisma, high persuasion character, when I realize that Stormy is also a street magician character, and it's like, I take up a massive amount of space in almost every conversation because my character, it's a talking character. It's, a bard. If we're having moments where charisma's in play and I'm not taking up a massive amount of volume, I'm actually kind of doing something wrong, but at the same time, my anxiety makes me feel guilty about it. So...
And I do feel like out of everyone at the proverbial table, I'm probably the most guilty out of talking over people. I feel like you're feeling perhaps self-conscious about taking up a lot of space when you're just role-playing. I think all of us accidentally talk over and interrupt the other players. And yes, Brooke, you do that a little bit too, but you keep pointing to yourself like you're the most guilty of it, and I feel like it's partly because I am the DM and I'm probably supposed to be the one that's doing the most talking, and I've got to explain and clarify and do other things. But goddamn, y'all, thanks for being patient with me, because I stomp. I don't just step on your toes.
You know what's funny?
I am socially ungrateful. This is the basically once a month that I have, like, these 4 to 6 hours once a month is my whole month's worth of social interacting. So like the rest of the month, I don't have a lot of practice with talking to people and taking some space and leaving some space too.
No, you're fine.
My sin is I'm an interrupter, as I just proved.
See, that's also my thing is I've always had the issue of interrupting people, but especially when I play characters that do take up that social volume, I get into that and I end up being quite the interrupter. I was talking over Manu so much tonight, amongst other people, but a lot of Manu. And I actually do that quite regularly, and I also find it funny anytime anyone else is apologizing for stuff, like, I'm going to start calling you by your Discord handle, Chomp, because other people do, and it feels more polite than saying Stephen II, which is what I've been doing.
Yeah, Chomps.
So, Chomps is, apologies about last session.
No,
last session.
Chops.
Okay.
Like
Chomps is something else.
Sorry, and I
Chomps is
literally
cute,
just looked.
Chomps is the name he uses when he browses Vor. Never mind.
Oh my god.
Wow.
So Chops.
Don't worry, I'll edit that out.
Was apologizing for constantly forgetting and spacing out on things and everything else, and I'm just sitting there thinking, I had to ask Agatha to recite the price tags of every item in that shop, the same 4 items, like 8 or 9 times, and that was just this past session. So it's like, oh, honey, I didn't even notice you. I was too focused on where my brain went. And then
to be fair, I don't think it was a whole 8 or 9 times. You did ask me to repeat a couple times, but like with my object permanence, like that was not a physical item on a physical shelf with a physical price tag on it that you could look back and refer to. That was all theater of the mind, and like every time you asked, I had to look at it again. Like, I didn't remember, so whatever. Like, you were a player who needed the information.
There might have been a very specific reason why I said, okay, here's all my cash, you deal with it. As both like an in-character thing and out-of-character, I don't know how much things worth here.
But yeah, so it's like every time any of you guys are apologizing for crap, it's something that I'm already anxious over my doing, and it's like, oh no, if you're apologizing for how much you're doing it, how bad do you think I am? And of course, and of course, it's always that thing of nobody's looking at that weird thing that you're hyper focused on. They're all thinking about some other weird thing you did that you didn't even register.
No, it's not even that. For me, like, specifically with my own performance, I always am, like, more hypercritical about how I am than necessarily I am about, like, anyone else.
I'm too self-conscious to be conscious of you.
Yeah, and I don't want to speak for every single person, but I feel like most of us have varying levels of specifically social anxiety. So we're all a little bit like, oh no.
I mean, and that was a bit of what your original game, join the game ad kind of appealed to was, I don't remember how you said it, but by the time I saw it, you're like, you actually had to mention that this is how I am phrasing it because I was forced to already take down my version of.
Oh yeah,
typical
Scout.
stereotypical
Scout wouldn't have
neurotypical.
known because I invited Marcella through Facebook, and then Brooke wouldn't have, Chops wouldn't have seen this ad. But yeah, when I first got my first handful of players, Steven that plays Manu, and then Brooke also, I had an ad up on Roll20, which I do not like the Roll20 virtual tabletop. But they like Tableplop doesn't have a looking for groups like classifieds section, basically a singles section, but for DMs and players. And I put up an ad, and the ad was basically like, don't apply if you're cis and straight. Like, I only want queer people in this game. Like, don't, like, I am sick to death of like going to a game, like a nerd culture that isn't specifically queer inclusive or just any level of inclusive. If they don't go out of their way to be that, they are white dudes making sexual assault jokes and racist jokes and like stuff that you won't necessarily say, oh, that is clear-cut homophobia, but it's a lot of two straight dudes making sucking dicks jokes.
Sure.
Yep.
Like,
I've had D&D sessions like that before, like improvised D&D in the middle of the night. Yeah, it wasn't fun.
Yep.
So yeah, I had made my post like asking for players saying, hey, fuck off. Like, if you're not queer, like, don't apply. And somebody in the Roll20 like admin team or whatever saw that and was just like, immediately deleted my ad. And then when why is this deleted? Show, like, then sent me a message. It's like, your post has been taken down because it like violates community guidelines. I was like, what? And it was like, yeah, you can't ask to like exclude anybody. You could only like try to draw a certain. I was like, fine, fucking fine. And so the second time I posted is just like, I only want queer people, but I'm told I'm not allowed to only accept applications from queer people.
And yeah, it really did read with that typical stereotypical neurotypical cishet white man DNI, but I can't actually say DNI. Like, even when I saw it, it just outright said, this is how I'm phrasing it because I've been specifically told I'm not allowed to say it this way, but this is still what I mean. It's like, I am so trying to get in this game. I'm happy.
But yeah, I'm done. Circling around, I'm done for a fifth.
Back to the beginning, yeah.
Yeah.
Circle fifths.
Technically, Richard is cis and straight, but you would not really actually. You wouldn't know it.
I mean, technically, I am as well. So.
But he was. He was the first person I technically actually came out to. And that was when I found out that I was the third or fourth trans person to have come out to him in his life so far. And his basic thing was like, yeah, you've been hinting about this for months now. At this point, I was like, when are you finally going to say? Kind of deal. And I did not know that he had as much experience with it, trans people, as he did.
One of those friends that after like several minutes after you come out to them and they're unfazed, then you're like, bitch, why didn't you tell me then?
Yeah. I feel attacked by that statement, but yes, it. So yeah, he's great. He's my bestie. I'm not his bestie, but he's my bestie.
The way that you said that, sorry, just reminded me. One Scout to me on that one. I think what were we playing? WarioWare, I think it was, or something like that. We were playing some kind of dumb game on the Wii or something like that, and it was just like one of those. I was like, oh, okay, cool. Let's go grab another beer.
Oh yeah, I felt like it was the first time we heard that.
Yeah, because I think it was Sanjay that actually first came out to me on that one.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, just that one, like, oh, okay. Like, so what you want me to call you by? Oh, actually, now that I think of it, no, yeah. Because I had to figure it out by context clues that you changed your name to Scout, because it was Dustin. And I got so confused because we were playing a game.
Oh, because you probably weren't even like using Facebook or something right then, really, yeah.
Exactly, so I was not even like in that loop at all, and then it's like,
I could hear the one person who I was like, oh yeah, sorry, I forgot to like.
Yeah, because
by the way, new name.
Yeah. Because at that point I was just feeling embarrassed for myself. I'm like, wait, am I out of a loop? What just happened? But yeah, no. Cis head as well, but apparently in the same realm as your friend.
Hey, so is Stuntman Eddie.
I love role-playing with you, Scout. I really do. Every time you do decide to start making comments, it's great.
I do love the Bad to the Bones riff that you just had ready.
Yeah.
Also,
I am very happy to see you in a new character that you're more excited about role-playing. I will say that just you saying, like, oh, I kind of maybe want to play a different character, like, the immediate spike in anxiety, not from, oh, I have to do extra work. That's, like, fine. It's, Lieben basically stopped responding to the game and didn't show up for a couple months, I think. No, and then he was like, oh yeah, I want to play a different character. And I was like, okay, cool. Give me what you want about your character and let's have a little bit of back and forth. And it was like 4 or 5 days until our next game. And I was waiting for him to give me more. And then I was like, well, here's a bit, because he wanted to play a barbarian too. It's like, here's a bit about barbarians in the valley, and here's some more information I can. And I'm worried that I maybe just like, you know, somebody you were dating is like, hey, I need a little bit of time, and then the next 3 days you like send them like, 5 texts in a row. Well, here's the thing about time. And it's your fault that sent them away. I am a little bit worried that I accidentally did that. Because yeah, like he never messaged me back after that.
I think you're fine. It was probably just like like I'm out. Actually, maybe I could do this. Never mind, I'm out.
I will say that, especially having recently gone back and rewatched most of our most of our videos since we left the village of Barovia, but I especially watched the episodes of us fighting the vampire spawns in Vallaki and the Feast of St. Andrew, and a lot of those events where it's like you keep talking about things that I'm not remembering, so I went back and rewatched them. The extent to which Lieben's demeanor towards the game and his character just immediately dropped after the dark gift took the mouth away. I honestly do think that had a lot to do with it, was the fact that he was this very gregarious character, and he had to do spoken spell components and stuff like that, and he did not like what had happened to his character.
Yeah,
he had brought some stuff like that up before he stopped talking to me, and I was trying to work with him on it. And, obviously, like, this is not something I maliciously did. This was literally, like, I don't remember if I rolled the dice. I think y'all might have rolled actual dice to pick which of the dark gifts. So that wasn't a decision on my part. And, before he told me he wanted to change characters, I tried to give him a few options, like, hey, this is visually pretty disgusting, but if you want to take a 1d4 dagger slash to your mouth, you could use your mouth again. Or there's a number of other ways I could think of to give you use of your, like, spellcasting abilities back. And then he was like, yeah, no, I think I just want to change characters. I was like, cool, we've only got like 4 or 5 days till our next game, so give me more information. And he just said, yeah, barbarian. And then I started giving him information on barbarians, didn't hear from him a couple days, and then like 2 days in a row, it was like game days in 2 days, what's up? Next day, like, game days tomorrow, what's up? And then, they haven't heard from him since, like, yeah, and I think he also hadn't shown up to, like, 2 games before the game he was supposed to play a new character in.
And to a certain extent, those games were, to an extent, at least partly because he was moving. So
I didn't know he was moving.
That was one of the original reasons that we were given for him missing, at the very least, that first one.
Yeah,
was because
I do vaguely remember.
He was moving and did not yet have internet set up at the new place yet.
Gotcha.
But he told us that when he was already at the place that did not have internet, and he realized he wasn't going to have internet in time, and he told us that by accessing Discord on his phone. So that does not account for 2 months later ghosting. But yeah, I mean, I will admit that there are times when there are things that I don't fully enjoy with Tegan, but I'm not quite ready to ask for the swap out thing at this point in time. But,
and I am trying to avoid things that are just slogs, like that whole Feast of St. Andrew was probably not fun for any of you, especially Scout, because you had 15 turns in a row where all you did is, like, I move my maximum movement.
Yeah.
And then waited 15 minutes for your turn to come up again. It's like, I move my maximum movement. Oh, I'm by the orphanage now.
Yeah.
I yell something.
At the end of the
and
day,
I move my
we
mouse.
also did, like, we agreed to it as a party, and then, like, didn't realize until it started, like, just how painful that was about to be.
Yeah.
And
So I don't
like,
lay
yeah,
the blame for all of that being a slog entirely on me. I'm just trying to find, like, how to minimize the possibility of that happening while also absolutely not taking away any of your like decision-making autonomy. Because that was probably a good move, was having Stormy run all that way with the bones. Too bad there is a in-world reason that Strahd was able to get from the coffin maker's shop to the church a lot faster than Stormy was able to.
Yeah, Nightmare moves 90 foot without its dash.
That wasn't even a nightmare.
Yeah, he was just
The
a
nightmare
swarm of
wasn't
bats,
doing that.
wasn't he?
That wasn't a swarm of bats either. I think a couple of you saw
He's got
a
long
dark,
mist form?
vapor.
He has a super fast mist form?
And if some of y'all looked back at the episode, you might be able to get the context that he was moving 300 feet per round.
Wind walk.
Good God.
Yeah.
Takes a minute to transform into the mist. Takes a minute to transform back, but when you're in it with wind walk, you move 300 foot, and you can
I will
still
say,
and you can still
a little
dash
glimpse
for
behind
600.
a little glimpse behind the DM screen. That is not the reason why he was moving that fast. He was dashing to move that fast, but it is a homebrew reason. You will not find that on his actual character sheet.
Still, the spell I'm referencing, I'm pretty sure would fall well within his limits anyway. I mean, it's like I homebrewed this. Like, that's fine. There's like 5 or 6 ways to do it within the rules, and this is something that completely is sensible with that character.
Windwalk would not work, because I doubt Strahd is a druid.
He is the land.
There's other ways to get.
He could have a feat.
Yeah, there are 2 staffs that have. Okay, in past editions, there were 2 or 3 staffs that had it. I don't know how many of them got reprinted to 5th. As a lore bard, let me tell you, I don't care what spell list that spell is from, I can get it eventually. Because bard. Yeah, I'm known for reskinning, refluffing, and homebrewing my monsters to hell and back in every edition. So
yeah, Strahd's like a sword fighty vampire, though.
No, he's a spellcaster, as evidenced by him insta-pooning the town militia with fireballs.
Well, that too, but like the vision the Vistani gave us was like he was like a battlefield general or something.
You can.
That was also a vision of him before he was a vampire.
Yeah,
I imagine he still uses a sword.
Yeah, you can be both. Just ask what my favorite my favorite and most played wizard subclass is.
Blade
Go
singing.
ahead.
What is your most favorite and most played wizard subclass?
Blade singing is pretty cool.
Blade song. Man, I was so happy when it got reprinted for 5th edition, and it was actually decent, unlike the 3.5, because I remember playing Blade Singers in 2nd edition, and they were so fun. So glad that they're fun again.
That came out in Tasha's?
It is
maybe?
in Tasha's, but it was originally in Sword Coast.
A book that almost nobody has.
But it is in Tasha's now.
I was actually part of a D&D server that completely reworked blade singing, because in the little bit of lore that it gives you, it says that there are like different schools of blade singing, and they just like created those instead of leaving it up to the player to be like, yeah, I do like this kind of thing.
And I remember. Where is my complete guide to elves? Because I have it around here somewhere, actually. I've had it in my hands recently, but 2nd edition rulebook, that was the first printing of the Elven Blade Singers. And it goes into, I love them. I have loved them long time. 26, 27 years since I played my first one.
So that's a really long time.
I have some history with blade singing. I think they're cool. Anyway, but yeah.
I'm completely unfamiliar with this. I feel like Discord told me that this was a thing because it likes to update automatically and flash big in front of my face that we've added new shit. I'm just get away. I'm trying to do things. This new chat that's associated with the voice channel, does that like go away when we stop?
No. If you scroll up, you can see Scout and I talking from last session on the 10th.
Yeah, I kind of forget that that's a thing until it's a thing.
It's like brand new. I didn't even know it was there last time, let alone.
When I put, I only have 12 uses left there on the 9th. This feature became accessible that prior Wednesday.
Oh.
Like.
Yeah, I do vaguely remember the big screen. I'm just like, go away. I'm trying to use Discord, not.
It is a nice
be told
feature.
what a Discord is.
I like it.
I like it.
And an actually useful feature that I use.
But I'm surprised why they didn't just like, you put a video call next to a chat window. Like, why make a new chat window when you could just have like the main chat or any of the other like text channels like do a side by side?
Yeah, it is a little strange.
Yeah, that's the thing that I wish we did have, was actually having the effective side by side. Because if I
if you could just drag it over or something.
Because I hate going into the out of game chat to try to look at or read something and have the video panel be obscuring it part way, and even in the video chat, the video chat, bringing up the show chat box, and suddenly it covers a whole set of the boxes of the Discord, and I can't see people's faces when I'm supposed to be able to see their faces.
This one is definitely like better, but not perfect.
It's a step in the right direction, but there's still a lot of coding to be done.
Although maybe something that could be considered is a case where we put everything into the the side chat that we got going right here, but then at the end of the game we just move everything from here to the in-game handout / out-of-game chat or whatever we want to do.
That seems like a lot of work. I'm not doing that, and I'm not expecting y'all to do that with your random jokes and whatever.
I'm kind of putting like random like specific things that are happening at the moment, things in voice chat, and then anything for posterity put in the other chats.
Okay. Yeah, good point. Because how should I say this?
I do get the impulse because I do like consolidating all of the stuff you want to look at into one area.
We could have a chat that's just called voice logs, and it's just that. If we really wanted to do it, but because then it's not like taking up other space.
Okay. Yeah, now that you say that,
it's worth it or not. I don't really need it. I don't think, but if we wanted to, that would work.
I mean, honestly, now that we're saying this, the only ones that would probably be
I'm not going to go back and read it, but
like the only ones that would have been worth saving were the ones that were like your portrait or the letters and like that we already put in out of chat or in-game handouts.
Yeah, and I'll tend to just put stuff there automatically. It sucks that it's not convenient to look at if you only have a single screen. And even with me, I have 2 computers and 4 screens. And even then is not necessarily enough room for everything. So especially like I'm imagining you, Chops, or So yeah.
So yeah, going to tabletop and like I basically have to just switch back and forth.
Yeah.
So, which is probably weird when you
if you
like,
have a phone or a tablet, or especially like one of those iPhones that's big, tabletop does work on mobile.
Good to know. Yeah, I'll use it next time.
So I think Marcella was doing that for a while.
Yeah.
Which I always forget that that's a feature, because as a DM, it's like no, a DM would not want to use mobile unless they had a whole iPad or something.
Yeah.
I will say though that with Stormy about to
exit.
Yeah, fade away. Manu and I are the only members of the original party. And of the original 6 of us, like 4 of us cast Magic Missile multiple times in our first several battles. And that was kind of the reason that we named ourselves Magic Missiles. Now that one of the people that took Magic Initiate in order to cast Magic Missile at level 1, it still was it was still partly valid because, 4 people, 3 of us were original. 3 of us were original members, and 2 of us, half of the party, still cast the spell. Being replaced by a barbarian, I'm guessing you can't cast Magic Missile. So I do feel like it will become appropriate for us to bring it up in character that we should probably rename the group. And I don't mean the Magic Missiles are no more, but like the Magic Missiles were their
This is
thing.
A new group.
Like Slipknot was its thing. We're Stone Sour. We're the side project group.
Stone Sour's better.
Oh, by far. We're not even good.
Okay, wait, hold on. I love me some Through Glass, but Slipknot though.
Have you listened to the House of Golden Bones?
And the thing is, if you listen to the Stone Sour albums,
though, a monument to new metal.
Yeah, I can't deny you that one.
I can.
So,
or I won't deny it and say monuments to new metal need to be toppled.
There we go.
I say this as
I can accept
a huge fan.
I disagree, but I get it.
I grew up on Deftones. So I kind of get it. And I did go to a Slipknot show when I was in high school. But yeah, no.
But you also gotta love, in the metal music space, you have a lot of the fandoms who are the let's just say people that they want us dead, and the feeling's largely mutual. It is nice to have at least one of the bands actually be willing to stick up for some of their fans against the rest of their fans, and saying outright which ones are welcome and which ones aren't, and being on, our side. So yeah, you gotta love Slipknot and Stone Sour. It's like they outright have told have you paid attention to our lyrics? We've made it very clear which side we're on.
That's good to hear. I wasn't aware of that for Slipknot, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is also the band that one of their first songs on their first album was Bone Gnars Suck, which is just about World of Darkness and tabletop role-playing games. And like the Bone Gnars are one of the tribes from Werewolf the Apocalypse, and it's like, wow, you're just putting it out there right there in metal music that you guys are nerds. And they are the good kind, apparently. But yeah.
Oh, I meant to circle back on this. I have to ask, Scout, which Eddie are you modeling Eddie after. There's quite a few Eddies now.
Oh, it was just a random name. It's not. It's not a homage to. It could either be an homage to Iron Maiden or Stranger Things, but it is neither.
That was kind of the thing because when you were first talking about Eddie, especially as a kind of Iron Maiden's Eddie's a zombie, but you know what I mean.
This name actually the name predates me making it a reborn. It was originally just a bugbear.
Oh, cool. So yeah, and
just a very happy coincidence.
So how does this work for you? Since Stormy's not dead.
That is an interesting thing to bring up. So Scout and I, because I was scratching my head over this a little bit too. I gave the mild spoiler to Scout that y'all were going to be receiving an invitation from the Lord on High at Castle Ravenloft. And what we discussed was probably Scout, and I was imagining that y'all were going to be spending the night at the Abbey. My guess was going to be that Scout is just spending, Stormy is spending a lot of that interaction just quiet and rereading over this note, and then kind of slipping out in the dead of night to accept that invitation. That kind of falls apart if all of the rest of you are like, fuck yeah, let's storm the castle now.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to stop y'all from making that decision.
When I
will say,
when I said it as Stormy,
yeah,
like I was like, oh yeah, like let's do that. I was just like throwing it out there, so you would be like, no, and I'd like be like, see, I told you she was interested, and then Tegan immediately was like, yes, we need to do that, and I was like, wait,
because everything he does has that implicit threat of absolute destruction. Is Tegan's way. She doesn't want to do it. She's threatened.
No, that makes sense.
Like, and that's the reason.
But Tegan also has deduced that while Strahd has, eyes and spies all over, he fucking missed you when y'all were, less than 60 feet apart from each other. So he is not all seeing.
And Tegan outright said that when we started talking to Esmeralda. She outright said to the party, we know he isn't able to track us in every one of our movements. There's been large swaths of time that he did not know the specifics of what we were doing and what we were up to. And she was also specifically thinking about the fact that he only happened to pass by us. He didn't know we were there at all, but because we had left the road sign out there for him with the big Strahd booty, he knew someone was around, and he still didn't know where we were. But we show up here, and suddenly there's an almost immediate presence of his servant with a letter hand delivered. So he immediately knew where we were when we got here. And he had, even if he knew that we had previously planned to go to Kresk and go to the Abbey, then he would have known that we were doing that for Arena, who's no longer a motivation for us right now. Like, getting her here is no longer a purpose. So he would have had no way to know that we would still come.
We got
here.
her so close.
We
just couldn't seal the deal.
Yeah, he had no way to know that we were on our way here, no way to predict that. So he had to have found out when we got here that we did. And that's exactly what Tegan spelled out for the party is, we know he doesn't know every movement, but somehow he knew the moment we got here exactly where to send his servant.
Imagine if we did bring her here, though.
To the guy who wants to give Strahd someone to marry? Let's see.
Yeah, or to the lake that wants to take her soul.
Yeah, that could have been that. We don't
could've been
know
good.
if that's good or bad at this.
Yeah, I'm still on the fence about that one.
Exactly my sentiment.
And now
too.
we don't have to decide.
She ain't dead yet.
Yeah, she's not dead. We can still get her.
Well, that's why I was trying to
Hey,
do like
you're talking to the wrong person. Stuntman Eddie doesn't give a crap about Ileana.
Man, Eddie don't know
But he
what an
does care
Ileana
story.
is, or that he's
God.
mispronouncing her name. Who?
Arena? Is that one right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
I was able to remember because it's "Come on, Irene." Da, 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 da. But yeah. What we're going to discuss? Oh yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just I was going through my head of like, oh, things I wanted to ask, and that was the main one of just like, so what happens for like, are you playing dual characters until Stormy exits the story in some way, shape, or form? Then, or
I was guessing that Scout was going to have like an hour or two playing two characters, and for most of that was going to be playing Stormy as introspective while considering what she's going to do while reading this invitation, which is basically what Scout did.
Yeah.
And if the party as a whole decides it is not a good idea to go to Ravenloft, Stormy slipping off by herself to do that could still be her out of the story.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, the
But
main
if
thing...
y'all choose to all go to Ravenloft or something else, Scout and I will have to think of something else.
Yeah. Tegan's main thing is I am under threat that I am basically being forced to be there. She does not think that Strahd is actually going to let them go. He thinks that he's going to let them go back about their business so that he can continue fucking with us in other ways. Like, Tegan doesn't think, well, I guess we're never going to get to go to the Amber Temple and find out if the lightsaber is there or not. She just thinks it's being pushed back so that he can fuck with us again. Albeit in a very, very bad for us way with Mary, shotgun wedding Arena.
Well, before we decide anything, we at least still need to have dinner with the Burgermeister here.
Exactly.
And who knows what information we'll get then.
And seeing whatever the fuck the Abbot wants with him.
Oh. Oh. Did they?
That was Esmeralda.
That was Esmeralda. And
yeah, Esmeralda definitely mentioned Shadowfell and Domains of Dread.
I don't think she said those specific words, but she did mention that
she did say Shadowfell. If she did not say Domains of Dread, it's because I couldn't think of those words.
She said something
she
so
was supposed to say Domains of Dread.
Yeah, she said
definitely the first one.
She said Van Richten has been to other. I forget how she said it. It wasn't specifically Domains of Dread, but it was. Any of us who know that term thought that term.
I don't know that term. I just heard he travels among dreadful terrain.
No, because what she actually said was the other realms of Ravenloft. That's what it was.
Which is in. I could be wrong because my D&D lore is nowhere near as deep as Tegan or Brooks or Steven with a V. But what question was I just about to have? My brain.
The Domains of Dread analogous to Ravenloft?
Oh yeah,
no.
Like Van Richten's Guide to Ravenloft has almost nothing about Ravenloft in it, unless Ravenloft is also a name for every domain of dread, which doesn't make sense to me if that is how they're going to make it canon.
That's how it is.
It's like Greyhawk. Greyhawk is a city. Oerth is the planet.
But it seems in 5th edition, Ravenloft is often the word used when they're not talking about Barovia or the castle, or they're talking about Darkon, or they're talking about one of the other domains of dread.
Yeah, at first,
when the rules are talking about it, they're talking about the Ravenloft setting. I very specifically and explicitly have only looked at the racial and character options in that book because I don't want to spoil myself. But
nothing.
But in the past is all I can really confirm. If they've changed it for 5th edition, then they've changed it, and I don't know that. But in the past, the rules would specify Ravenloft if they were talking about the setting in general.
Like all of the domains of dread.
But the characters would never refer to the domains of dread as being part of Ravenloft, because that's like someone from Oerth referring to the planet as being part of the Greyhawk realm, and that's, Greyhawk is a city-state upon the planet of Oerth. That said, Greyhawk is where most of the Spelljammers landed, and actually they had their own Spelljammer shipyard, and that's why the crystal sphere that Oerth is within is known as Grey Space. Because that's how the sailors knew it, is Greyhawk was the port, therefore it was Grey Space. I'm way too much of a fucking nerd.
She didn't say other domains of Ravenloft. She would have said domains of dreads, domains of dread, not domains of dreads. That's something entirely different.
There's a lot of Rasta music playing. Some white people who are pretending they're Vikings. The actual Celts looking at the people pretending they're Vikings like they're complete dumbasses who can't tell white people cultures apart.
They're not wrong.
They're not, but it was definitely way more prevalent with the Celts than it ever was with the Vikings. But people who think they're proto-Neo-Viking idiots without actually knowing much about the actual culture thereof.
Their Viking ancestors are looking down at them with shame that they don't even own a comb.
Yeah.
Where is your bathing bowl? Or whatever they refer to that as.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's like, this is my proud white ancestry. Meanwhile, actual Vikings were like only 60-75% white, and otherwise like they had Chinese and Africans and actually freaking Aztecs somehow. We still don't understand how, but they did.
Well, part of it is the fact that, like, okay, I don't know what you want to call it, but like the Viking expansion
I'm gonna hop off.
Like, super vast.
I'm getting tired.
Good night.
I'm actually got to.
It was fun
see y'all
bringing
next month.
Stuntman Eddie to the show, and we'll figure out what happens with Sunny soon.
Yeah.
No worries.
She might be like, "What? You're all going to Castle Ravenloft? Well, that's the last place I want."
Complete 180 from the plan.
We'll see what she does.
All right, just tell me where you're going before you go to sleep. I swear I'll be here in the morning.
You can go wherever you want to go with it, but part of me would actually find it hilarious if she gets inspiration from Eddie to try to motorcycle her way out.
No, she's
like, shit, never thought of that.
Well, the thing is, though, Eddie doesn't have his motor. Destroyed in the crash.
See, one of the things I'm very heavily considering replacing Tegan with would be an artificer, and I also know that that's one of my friend Ricky's favorite classes. So you know what? Don't rule it out just because it hasn't happened yet.
Hey, I all I said was he doesn't have his motorcycle yet. I never.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he believes in a thing called bikes.
Try to find Fabian Arameus Seacaster so you can steal the Hangman. For those who know that reference. Master.
I know that's a motorcycle, but I forget whose. Is that?
Fabian Arameus Seacaster, played by Lou Wilson. He's the swashbuckling fighter in Fantasy High. And Fantasy High.
Right. Yeah, that's where I know that from. Yeah.
Master.
Took me a second.
Fabian Arameus.
I did recently listen to all of Fantasy High. I thought there was going to be more of that. I thought the entire Dimension 20 channel was just that game. I didn't realize it was just their first 20 or so episode arc. I also recently listened to the 4-part Calamity, DM'd by Brennan Lee Mulligan.
Calamity was really cool.
As someone who has loved... Good night.
Good night.
As someone who has loved Brennan Lee Mulligan since he was writing webcomics before he even worked for College Humor, watching the much bigger fan base that is Critterdom actually see this person whom I have loved for more than a decade and actually encounter him and get to that point of, I know why it's not working. And them lose their minds, and I'm like, yes! Now you all know the majesty that is Brennan Lee Mulligan. And it's like, you critters have seen Molly Ostertag and Noelle Stevenson, who are personal friends of his. Noelle Stevenson, the showrunner that made She-Ra and Princesses of Power happen, and Noelle Stevenson's spouse, Molly Ostertag, who actually did the art for some of the webcomics that Brennan Lee Mulligan wrote. And just watching more and more people fall in love with these people that I have loved for so many years is just like, yes, increase the fandoms. Give me more people to talk to. I can nerd out with all of you now.
I was especially impressed with, I feel like it was to be expected with Calamity that all the battle maps were just excellent. But even, probably what I would assume has less than 10% of the budget of Critical Role. All of the Fantasy High battle maps and stuff were so incredible. The one where they were at the skate park, was so good.
And I will say that part of some of the seasons are recorded and some of them are broadcast on Twitch Live. And the ones that are broadcast live, because they don't have the time for the crew that puts those sets together, they don't have the time to get that together, so they handle the combats and whatnot very theater of the mind, most of the combats. So that is actually very specific to only some of the seasons of Dimension 20. I will say that if you ever were to get a Dropout subscription or borrow the password from someone,
likelier.
Yeah. There is another season of Fantasy High. There's Fantasy High Sophomore Year, which is them going after the crown. And then there's also with Erika Ishii and several of the other major ladies in the industry playing around the table as the group of the Seven. The maidens that were caught in the crystals.
Oh, really? That's funny.
They form.
I think the only ones whose name I remember is Penny. I don't remember any of the rest of the maidens' names.
Don't forget Gorgag's girlfriend Zelda.
I did forget that.
The satyr. She's great. I love her. The berserker. You gotta come on. The battle dance berserker. You gotta love it. Anyway, but yeah, they have their own season and their adventure as well together. And that's great.
Sorry, Brooke. The moment that you said Battle Dance Berserker, I'm also now seeing Steven's what do they call that? Coffin dance in the side chat.
Yeah.
And now I'm just reimagining one basically just like that. Oh, Berserker Battle Dance just being the coffin dance.
But yeah.
This is entirely off topic, but did
We
any
had a
of y'all
topic?
know
Yeah, I thought we were
how
three.
incredibly phallic the shape of the Abbey of St Markovia is?
It really is.
No, never crossed my mind until just now.
I would
It was
not
upside
have
down
caught
to
it
me.
if you hadn't said it, but yeah, it
Yeah, I
is.
think on the map it's
Upside
actually
down.
there. Yeah.
Yeah,
And then
it's-
in the book it's like
So-
that, even though it's like that, like in the book. I don't know why, probably because it's portrait pages and not landscape, so they wanted to have as big of a map as possible. But yeah, every other map is north is the top of the page, but this map, north is the left side of the page.
I did send you the DM asking this question, but I'll go ahead and ask it out loud. Do you what would you rather I give Ricky your Discord or give him yours or give you his so that you guys can talk more about whether or not
if you give him mine and he reaches out to me, I will get back to it at my convenience, which will probably be at least a couple days. If you give me his, I might space it reaching out to him, to be honest. So yeah, I wouldn't have anything against you giving him mine. And just, yeah, I might not respond for a couple days.
No, he knows that this is a monthly game. Oh no, we never set the next date.
Well, it would be the 27th, but none of us have declared if we're available or not, and that's a month away, so people might not know yet. I figured in like a couple days I would check in and be like, hey, the 27th would be the last day of the month. Does that work for everybody? Or if not, what does? Is that an alpaca quilted pillow?
Probably.
I wouldn't be surprised, because I think Steven just went to Peru recently, and I feel like that's alpaca country. But yeah, every time I've looked to my left, it's bugged me a little bit how phallic this monastery is shaped.
Yeah. And again, I would not have ever noticed that if you hadn't flipped the map to that side and said it. I would not have seen it, but yeah.
I need to double check. I have a theater happening on, or a play that I'm going to. I need to check that if I'm going to that one or not, because me and my parents use the same calendar. And I don't know if that's one that I actually already paid for or not. But let me check.
We don't have to have a long conversation about this. I do want to mention real quick that this month I have kind of had a hell of a month. And so running 2 sessions was a little bit as the month went on and a second session of the month was coming closer, I was like, I shouldn't have signed myself up for this. But that specifically this month was kind of hard, and a lot of things were going on.
Sorry about that.
I am still reluctant to say, hey, yes, this is a thing I'd like to do if y'all would be into trying it. But I did kind of like running 2 games this month was partially my soft opening for could I potentially run 2 games a month regularly. I also don't know how that jives with y'all's schedule. If agreeing to be there for something that only happens once a month, and if somebody can't, there's plenty of time to rearrange to a night that's a lot easier to make a commitment to no, this is something we do every other week. That's what we do. That is it's this harder commitment to make. So I don't want to assume that all of y'all would be willing to. And I'm also not 100% sure if I am physically and mentally capable of doing that either. But I feel like a long time in between games, and sometimes there's multiple games in between a piece of information getting dropped and when that piece of information is helpful. I feel like the immersion factor and just the knowing what the fuck is going on factor might be better if we play this game more often than once a month.
That could very well be the case, but you're also the DM, so if you need to keep it to once a month, then I'm fine with that.
I would say continue to appraise your physical and mental health. I will also point out that fortunately I did feel a lot better tonight, but I was very heavily considering messaging you Friday because on Thursday I was very, very, very much so not functioning and not speaking clearly when I had some doctor appointments and whatnot. And I didn't feel that much better on Friday, and I was considering calling or messaging you, and it's like, but yeah, so definitely do watch your health and all of that. I will also say this, as someone who has almost 30 some years of experience with D&D, to an extent, more frequent sessions do help a little bit. However, in my experience, the players who remember things really, really well, and the players that forget things between sessions are going to forget things between sessions. And while you might be able to alter the curve of remembering a little bit, it's not by much. It really isn't. And that's actually part of why I love the fact that you record the sessions and put them up and all of that, because it lets me do the studying science of the curve of remembering and play the session, a few days later, listen to the session, and then like a week before the game, listen to the session again. And then I know what's happening. I did just explicitly liken it to it being homework, but sue me.
Actually, now that you bring that up again, since we did talk about it briefly, I think part of it for me, for why I was so apologetic last time, wasn't so much for necessarily anxiety, but I know that I don't know if I have or don't have that, but that's not either here nor there. Part of it was also the fact that I think I do have, like... I don't like seeing myself drunk. Even though I enjoy drinking, so... Don't know how to square that hole, but you know where I'm getting at. I think part of it for me, when I was watching back, was also noticing me very drunk, which I'm always have a hard time trying to see.
As much as I really appreciate having these episodes and that they're a thing that I'm able to produce and put online, it is 3 to 6 hours of self-cringe every time I'm looking back on it.
And I know for me, it's amplified more if I'm like in another state that I don't remember.
I'm going to say something here, Stephen. Yes, there are things like generalized anxiety disorder and things like that, but the word anxiety itself just refers to the very emotion that you're discussing.
I know.
So to say I don't know if I have that and then turn around and immediately describe being anxious about the fact that you were drunk and you like being that way, you don't like thinking of yourself that way. That's anxiety.
Yeah, and also not being diagnosed by a doctor as somebody with anxiety disorder does not make you incapable of experiencing anxiety, which is exactly what you described. Yeah. I think I basically just said what Brooke just said with different words. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
No, you're fine. I guess it's one of those things I wanted to kind of make the delineation of saying I had a anxious moment versus
having
I don't know
disorder.
whether or not. Exactly. Yeah. In the same way of saying that, same way when talking about depression kind of thing.
The analogy I was trying to make, and I distracted myself, was not being diagnosed with anxiety disorder does not mean you're guilty of anxiety disorder appropriation when you're discussing your own experience of anxiety.
Yes.
Brava. If I could give you inspiration, I would.
10 points for Dumbledore.
What movie this joke?
Oh,
where did that come from? I know that from somewhere.
The Harry Potter musical. From forever ago. I'm embarrassed every time I bring up a Potter thing.
Yeah.
I'll be honest. As a trans person, I constantly am left feeling super validated by all these people that are coming to the hating Harry Potter party late, when it's like, I hated this entire concept from chapter freaking 1. I realized how elitist and BS it was. I knew how horrible a person Joan was when I heard how much of the first book was plagiarized. How she changed the name for the American audience to Sorcerer's Stone because she thought not enough Americans would understand the title Philosopher's Stone. Amongst other ways, she dumbed it down. I heard about all of this stuff from day one, and it's like, nah, fuck that crap. And I hated it all from the outset, and I feel so validated every day for it. Every time it comes up, I'm like, yeah, I smart. I called it. I didn't call it. I'm not that smart, but it gives me, it lets me set the imposter syndrome aside and have a little bit of Dunning-Kruger for myself, okay?
I was in the middle. I was not early to the party or late to the party. I did kind of grow up on Harry Potter books. Important is maybe a strong word, but I did spend a lot of time like reading those when life otherwise sucked. It was like after I wasn't in high school anymore, I had friends that thought about things like philosophy and politics, and I was like starting to have like, small mind-breaking moments of like other people's like, yeah, that's just the way it is, and I'm just like, after a little bit of that, but well before the whole J.K. Rowling transphobia stuff, it's like J.K. Rowling is like, Dumbledore is gay, but not an ounce of representation in the actual text. Not Luna Lovegood. Cho Chang is non-binary, but not an ounce of representation in the actual text. And like time after time after time of like J.K. Rowling trying to be like, yes, I'm an ally. I propagate good representation in my works, but you're a liar completely. And I was like, okay, the movies did suck. I liked the books, but I'm done reading them. And you're trash, Joe. And then it was years later that like J.K. Rowling is transphobic. It's like, oh, you thought you could rainbow capitalism yourself some more sales, and that didn't work. So now you hate trans people?
Thing is, I knew from the outset she stole the major plot points from her literary professor in college. She stole characters from multiple small publisher people that she knew she could win against in court. She just plagiarized left and right and left and right, and then did the Thomas Edison thing of preemptively took the other people to court. It's like the Harry Potter kid with the freaking lightning bolt scar on his head was from a children's book written by some lady in New Jersey. And she had her publisher sue that publisher, despite the fact that their book came out 10 years prior. Like, I knew this person was scum long before she had all of the teachers explain to Hermione that slavery was okay because the fairies liked being slaves. Yeah, I heard about that one later on, and it's just like, yeah, how is this news for you all? This is someone who uses her wealth, connections, and power to steal from other people's designs and claim it for her own. And this is not even a conspiracy theory. This is news. This is fact. This is what she goes around doing. And you're surprised that she has elitist, horrible person characterizations in her writing. She put the only Asian character as the named Ching Chong or something. And it's like
very close enough.
Yeah.
And it's like
it's just as bad.
And much like Jon Stewart talking about when other people were reading it, and he immediately noticed the anti-Semitic stereotypes, and it's like, I was immediate. I will grant that a lot of my rationality for hating how she dumbed it down and the plagiarism stuff and all of that came within the several weeks after I decided I already hated it. I initially hated it for 3 reasons. The first book was written for little kids, but my language arts teacher was forcing us to read it in junior high. I was in 8th grade when it came out. This was way below our average reading level, but she just wanted everyone to read it because she was so hype about it. Forcing it on me, I could not stand. Especially because, reason 2, at this time, all I wanted to do during my reading time in class was pull out the Dark Elf trilogy with Durzit Do'Urden by R.A. Salvatore. That's where, like, you want me to read fantasy? I can read some fantasy. I just finished Lord of the Rings my second time through. I just finished reading The Silmarillion and have moved to R.A. Salvatore. I can do fantasy. Don't hand me this watered down tripe. And then my third reason, when we were forced to read it.
Like going from the Bible to Hop on Pop.
Yes. And when we were forced to read this in class, okay? And they get to the ending of the book, reading it in class. And again, I've been playing D&D since I was about 4 or 5. Role-playing games in general since I was 3. And they get to getting past the one guardian, and okay, yeah, so it's beyond overdone, to say the least. And it was done in probably the least original possible way it could have been. But, you know, what do you expect from a plagiarist? And then we get to the riddle that Hermione solves by just grabbing one of the bottles. And I'm sitting there still puzzling out the clue because I'm realizing it makes less sense and less sense the more I look at it. And I finally had to look it up online to figure out why I could not get it to make sense. And that's because the clue does not match the actual puzzle. There are 2 possible solutions, and there's absolutely positively no way to know which will let you progress and which will kill you. Like, that's actually what the 50-50 is between. There were like 8 options, and you could eliminate all of them except those 2. You had 2 bottles in unaccounted for positions. One was the correct answer, one was the death, and there was no way in the clue to tell them apart. It's a straight up coin flip. You go from solving it and you're rolling a d8, or if you don't try it at all, you're rolling a d8 and getting some kind of outcome.
But you don't understand. I'm Joe Rowling, and she is smart girl boss. What don't you understand?
And, like,
I think you don't believe in women.
I despise the trope of setting riddles around in random places that they make no sense. How is a riddle a good passcode to keep kids out of the vault? It's not in any way, shape, or form. This is such an overdone and poorly utilized trope in most of its circumstances and situations. I hate how overused riddles are in fantasy. If ever you are playing in a game and I'm actually facing you with a riddle, I assure you there's a twist somewhere.
Big friend and answer.
I ran a Sphinx giving riddles once. Let me tell you, the original Greek myth just says the Sphinx asked a question, guy answered it, guy was let through. It did not do the whole how many legs at what time riddle of the Sphinx. That came like 700-800 years later. And here's the thing. Originally, the Sphinxes in that area were known to be guardians against evil entities. Evil entities that could actually grab knowledge from those that they were around also. So what made more sense to me for my apotropaic Sphinx, which is to say to ward against evil, who's watching for demons and devils, it asked riddles that would take a lot of figuring out, but much like most riddles, also required you have pre-existing context for some of the riddle's clues. And the thing is, a lot of that context had to do with, having been around as long as some demons and devils were. So the thing is, the Sphinx wasn't trying to ask you a riddle to test if you were so smart and so clever to get it right, because if you got it right, you were probably the bad thing that it was trying to keep out. It was asking you as a way to bait you into giving. You give the right answer because you think that's what the Sphinx wants, but it was a trick. So you give the wrong answer, and Sphinx is like, okay, you're probably not a demon or devil. Go on through. And that to me makes so much more sense than a Sphinx who's guarding a treasure and their measure of warding you out is by asking you a riddle to prove your worth. Give me the person standing at the bridge. Answer these 3 questions. Red. Wait, no, blue. I don't know.
What has 4 letters, sometimes has 8, and never has 5?
What was the full one? Or what was the full thing?
Sometimes 4 letters.
What has 4 letters, sometimes has 8, but never has 5? The answer is correct.
Yep.
Nice.
6.
That's also a meme, so I probably wouldn't have thought of that up on my own.
No, there's a lot of riddles that I only actually know how to solve them because of rote memorization. The only ones the only ones that I really can solve without really having to look something or other up are the spatial reasoning ones, like the Hermione with the potions. You know, this is to my left, that is to my right. Those puzzles I can work out. But any of the ones that actually are trying to ask me to use that kind of lateral thinking that is based on understanding references built upon each other.
What was it? I'm the beginning of the end and the end of time. I'm something. What was the full thing?
E.
Yeah, it basically long and short of it is the answer is E.
Yeah,
But,
and riddles.
I do love the Tolkien ones.
Yeah,
the ones that rhyme. Those are just fun to.
This thing, all things kills. Grindstone, man. I used to know all of them by heart.
It's string or it's nothing.
No. This thing all things devours, birds, beasts, trees, flowers. Gnaws iron, bites steel, and grinds hard stones to meal. Slays king, ruins town, and beats high mountains down. Knew I knew it!
Water, right?
Time.
Okay. And then the one that, what was it? 25
horses.
25, that's what it was.
25 horses on a red hill. First they champ, and then they stamp, and then they stand still.
Yep. Teeth.
Although the actual number should be 32, but...
That's why I got confused on that one. I was like, no, what's supposed to be the number?
Yeah, the numbers on that aren't correct, but you know,
maybe
golden treasure inside. A golden treasure inside I hide. Yet,
I think it's like, but yeah, it's like no locks or hinges, but golden treasure lies inside. I think is the second line. Oh shoot, what was the full thing? Either way, it's an egg.
Yeah.
And I do love the fact that I love the logic of him trying to use that as a riddle because he was so sure that Gollum never saw an egg. Or it's been since he last saw him.
And at the same time, this was right after Gollum had to be fair, their mind was on food at the time because Gollum had just asked the fish riddle. You know.
Oh, right.
Within scale armor, I hide or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, it's fish. And that took Bilbo no effort to figure out because the dude lives on a lake.
Yep. And then the best riddle of all.
What have I got in my pocket?
Hensies! Nope.
Completely on accident.
I do love Martin Freeman. I did not care for those movies.
No, yeah. I understand. Although, fun fact with that one. I mean, since you already read the Silmarillion there, Brooke, I'm pretty sure you're familiar. Apparently, the original version of the story, Gollum just gives him the ring. Because it was like before the
Yeah, I
creation of
think
like
the book The
recently.
Hobbit came out before The Lord of the Rings, and then The Hobbit was rewritten because the Gollum and Bilbo scene was different. And in order to make Lord of the Rings work, the original telling of The Hobbit as it was written was what are they, unreliable narrator from Bilbo, and later on Gandalf got the real story out of him, so The Hobbit was republished. And yeah,
There
I
and
didn't
back again.
know
A
about
Hobbit's Tale by Bilbo Baggins.
I didn't know about the in-universe idea that Gandalf got the real story out of him. For the explanation for why they changed it up, but I still love the idea that actually, wait, give me a second.
When we got Lord of the Rings expanded, that was one of the things in the various Lord of the Rings appendices, was the tale of Gandalf getting the actual tale from Bilbo, because Bilbo did do things like say, I was just given the ring, and he tried to constantly portray himself as not the thief that Gandalf brought him on the crew to be.
Yep.
But because his actions led to the story of the Lord of the Rings, Gandalf managed to push him into rewriting There and Back Again, A Hobbit's Tale by Bilbo Baggins, with the actual events, so that it put into context the battle for Middle Earth having happened. Like, I was fine with you bullshitting before, but now that it's become a far more important part of our history, people are going to need the real story. That's a deep cut, man. That is deep cut lore. I'm proud of you on that, Agatha. That
I read the Silmarillion from cover to cover. I own it. But I will be honest with you, I don't remember any of it.
Because it's very, very, very disjointed. And I mean, all the Silmarillion is Tolkien's world-building notes compiled by his estate.
Yeah, I feel like I remember a bit of the beginning about the different, I don't even remember what they call them, because they don't call them gods. They call them Ilways or some shit like that I don't know how to pronounce because I only ever read it. But the song that they're creating, and this song, like, you know, to them is they're just being musicians, but to the cosmos is like the act of them making this music is them creating, you know, the world and all that. But one of them, named Malway or something like that, is like making discordant noise that's all bad. But like the father god changed the song that made this bad discordant music into, you know, a theme that reinforces the theme and makes it more grand. I just dropped my water. And and something about the name Tenuvial and a couple like stories that Aragorn like told over the course of like the actual Lord of the Rings books. Other than that, like the details aside from that, and those details themselves were very, very fuzzy. Like the rest of the details, nothing. I read that whole book from cover to cover with the intent of absorbing it, and I have nothing.
I mean, that's completely fair because, like I said, it's one guy's disjointed world-building notes that weren't even gathered together by him. It was gathered together by other people to be released as this book. And the thing is, at one point he had intended to release the history of his realm as the Silmarillion, but he kept going back and rechanging stuff and never organized it, so he scrapped his intent to ever release it. He did not want to release the Silmarillion, which is why he never collected his own notes to do so. Like, it was a scrapped idea, but he still kept world building because he wanted to tell more tales in that world, but he just never lived long enough to get around to it. So yeah, I'm in the same boat as you. I read it, but I don't really remember most of it because it wasn't really meant to be remembered. It was meant to inspire more stories.
And I think that's kind of half. For me, I tried reading it, but I read too much like a textbook. Like
it is.
It is.
And also, for everyone's treat, apparently this was the original Golem. Like, it's the illustration back in the 30s when it was first thought of.
You know what I would...
That looks like Beaker on acid.
You're right. You know, as long as we're talking about old movies that got... or old books that got turned into movies... Why did we get Dorothy of Oz but never get the rest of them?
Yeah.
I want trans lesbian Princess Ozma making out with Dorothy. Okay? I want this book from 1909 that was meant as criticizing America at the time to be released as movies.
How the hell was the Gregory Maguire stuff less subversive than that?
Like
Gregory Maguire. Sorry, I'm not familiar.
The writer of the book that was adapted into the musical Wicked.
Okay.
And there's, I think, at least one sequel to that book, like Son of a Witch. There might be more than that. I read Wicked. I might have read Son of a Witch. I don't remember. If I did, it was over a decade ago.
I've read the 6 or 7 Wizard of Oz books. Bearing in mind they were written in the 1900s. Mm-hmm. And even by today's standards, they're still progressive. Because yes, Princess Ozma, and they never say what her dead name was the original story as it's being told to Dorothy is that someone wanted to upset the line of succession and felt that the people would never follow a princess. They wanted a prince, they wanted a king. So they cursed Ozma, whatever her dead name was, to become a princess. You know, turned the boy into a girl because that way the people will not let her lead. But the people supported their princess anyway and still wanted her to lead the country. We find out later, in one of the later books, after her and Dorothy are already dating, and actually I think they're already married at that point, that Dorothy finds out that the witch that cursed Princess Ozma, Glinda found the prince in the woods crying because the prince wanted to be a girl, and Glinda granted the wish. So the lesbian princess married to Dorothy, who now has moved her whole family to Oz permanently because America sucked. They lost their farm in the tornado. This was quickly followed up by the Dust Bowl. And they were being both shafted by insurance companies and landowning companies, leveraging laws against their land. They lost everything because of corrupt businesses in America. Hello, message. And so they moved.
What about the books?
So they moved to Oz, where Dorothy was at this point in time a multiple-time war hero who'd saved the country by leading the armies as their general. She was their beloved general. She moves her family to Oz, marries the princess. You have actual artist illustrations in 1909 of these two women kissing. It's like,
pretty badass.
Do you happen to remember which book that is?
And then by the time you get to the one that came out in like 1912, you finally find